You are watching and listening to Chris and Leicester Till I Die TV on YouTube and your favourite podcasts.
Right, Chris.
Alrighty, good afternoon. I think it still is classed as afternoon, although it's getting dark. Good morning, good night, good day, good evening, goodbye, hello. Like I always say, somewhere in the world, that time applies to you. This is LTID TV1 from Leicester Till I Die. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube, if that is how you are watching us. If you are listening via YouTube podcast, still don't know how that works, but there we go. Thank you for lending me your ears. Please join in with the show. Keep it obviously clean and respectful. And we are here for you for the whole of the whole of the afternoon. Hopefully not the evening, but then again, depends how long Brad takes on his answers. Got team news coming up in a minute, pre-match analysis, first half watch-along, half-time analysis, second half watch-along, post-match reaction. Brad is with us for all of that, and post-match we will be joined by Wayne and Tom. So thank you to everybody for joining me, as and when they do. Gray is in, and he is saying, afternoon, Chris, hope you're well. Have you got your Thatchers at the ready? You know me too well, sir. You know me too well. Some people have actually called me an alcoholic. I prefer to say that I collect empty cans and bottles. Subtle difference, but I think a very important one. Lynn, hi Lynn, how are you? Welcome along. Good luck today to Leicester to win. Well, it's a 6-pointer, isn't it? I'm so glad that Coley's out. Don't rate him at all. Well, we were talking about that with Bradders just before we came live, so we'll carry that conversation on in a second. Thumbs up, and he says he's got his Guinness. What did he say? I've got Guinness this afternoon. Well, I hope you can get a cure for it, sir. Right, it's the watch-along. Certainly is. Let's bring him in and we'll discuss, I think, a surprising team news and a team selection. We'll see what Brad thinks. Honestly, I'm going to have one of those days today. Is he here? Well, he is, but he's a little bit small in the corner. There we go. Pop him a Viagra in. Brad, are you there, sir?
I am here, mate. Sorry, I'm still just trying to organised myself after coming in from work. It was a
No
bit of a
problem,
mess
mate. I
today.
tell you what, I've had one of those mornings from hell. I've got the Thatchers, but I'm starting on a good old British cup of char because it's only my second drink of today. It's been a morning that I'd rather forget.
Well, I don't blame you. I've had an afternoon. I don't say from hell. It wasn't a bad shift or anything. It was just a very long shift, and I've been running around. So yeah, I'm just a bit like trying to. I leave matchsticks in the eyes at the moment, just trying to wake myself up a bit. But
Sweaty bollock time, is it?
Betty Swallocks, yeah, I know all about her. Yeah.
Hey, and I don't want any premature loads on today's show, okay? Actually,
You know, the funniest thing is, I think we both knew what I was trying to say. I just got it so wrong.
Totally understood what you were trying to say. And if you want to see Brad's premature load, do check the prediction show last night. I watched it again afterwards, and I was in tears again just watching it. Oh, bless her! Bring back Gorinda. Talk about bringing back somebody. Bring back Vestergaard. What do you think?
Well, we discussed this on one of the shows we've done this week, didn't we? And I said maybe Vestergaard had returned in a cup match to give him some minutes under his belt, and I think we needed it because whilst FaZe and Okoli going forward and being set defensively are pretty solid together, when they get caught out, or I say they get caught out, when the team gets caught out, either prattling around with it at the back or the opposition steal it in the middle of the park and they're a bit out of sorts, it gets a bit panicky and scrappy in there. And they've got away with it to a degree at parts this season. But I think we need that, and listen to my wording carefully here, we need that anchor. Not the other word that people might think I mean. No, we need the anchor, the guy that sits deep, not obviously not too deep that the opposition will break in behind it, not be offside. But you know what I mean, Chris? Someone who's going to allow FaZe or Okoli, if he plays, to have that freedom to run forward, but someone who's going to be that second to last line of defence behind a Madsen, so we're not getting caught short if they do win the ball in a dangerous area today.
Well, I'm not going to blow my trumpet. I have to say congratulations. No, it's not over yet, but almost congratulations to Manchester City, because Arsenal, like a prostitute on overtime, are blowing it yet again. Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, 94 minutes almost, with a sub about to be made by Newcastle, and was only 5 minutes stoppage time. So well done, Manchester City. I'll tell you what, I wish my ex-wife had supported Arsenal. I'd have had a blowjob every fucking weekend.
That's how that should have been singing, "We want Chris out, we want Chris out." You got one end of the stick.
Oh dear. Right, look, I'm not going to brag or be smug,
Yes,
but I just want to show you this. Yep, you're still there. Let me just get there, because this was my team that I actually picked the other day. Okay, you see my little arrow there. But I did bring Vestergaard back. But like you said, we both thought that it would probably be FaZe that was dropped, and it wasn't. I put Ndidi and Winks in there together. Buenete I had in originally in the middle, but then I wasn't going to pick Fatawu. Not that I thought he was injured, but just because he'd had a shit game, to be honest with you, and I thought El Canouse deserved a start. I have to say I'm quite proud with that. 9 out of 11 right. I'm quite chuffed with myself.
Yeah, you've done quite well there. I mean, to be fair, I was expecting Justin purely because purely actually, to be fair to him, because Christensen had great results from his scan, but had only had a training session. Obviously, he would have trained yesterday as well, but I thought he'd probably have gone Justin off that basis, to be perfectly honest with you. And the only change I would have made, Chris, from this, the other change I would have made, obviously I was a bit potato with FaZe, so I think putting FaZe and Coley, we can get one of them two in. We can give ourselves a point for, because we both would have put Vestergaard in. The only change I actually would have made, great. Sorry. I like him. I think he's good. I think he's young. I think he's going to make mistakes, which is why people think he's a bit useless, but he's done a lot more good than people maybe realise. But I get it. It's frustration, and it's a bit more comfort with FaZe. Yes, he makes us nearly crap ourselves, but we know what we get with FaZe when he's playing well. The only change I would have made, Chris, and I didn't think I'd be saying this, but after the last 2 and a bit games, and considering how well Canoes played on Wednesday, I'd have actually dropped Buonette and played El Canoes, because I think Canoes had a really good game. He really went around that pitch as if he had a point to prove. As if someone said, mate, you've got to just stop being shy, get stuck into them, run at them, show them what you're capable of, because this is what you're good at. This is what you're here for. Shows what you can do. And it was like a fly around the proverbial on Wednesday, wasn't he, Chris? Everywhere. And I think, Buonnotte has had 2 bad games for his standard that he set early in the season anyway. And so that's the one I would have made.
Yes, I mean, you mean that's an ex-girlfriend? Hi, Jess. But no, I just thought Fatawu at the moment seems to be better coming off the bench than he does starting, to be honest with you, which is why I dropped Fatawu. Then, of course, he was injured. And that's why I had Brunetti, because he can play on the right where El Canoes can't, and had to say El Canoes, like you, I thought he deserved a start. But look, I think that is a very, very attacking team.
It is, and it's probably the right opposition to do it to today. These will like to press up the field. These will like to try and get at us, and that means they leave gaps in the back. And as we've seen this season, if there is ever a game this season where Leicester have the chance to score 2 or 3 and not have to come from 2-0 down, like against Southampton, this is the opposition to do it, because I think 2 out of the last 3 games have conceded 4. So, they've conceded, I think, 10 goals in the last 3 games. So this is a real opportunity for us to be attacking on the front foot and get some goals and get some not much needed confidence, because obviously, despite the Forest result, we're still feeling pretty confident where we are. But give everybody a chance to get themselves a little bit of going, that was what we needed. That was the performance we've been wanting to put together, and give the fans and themselves a full, solid 90 minutes. And congratulations, Man City.
Yes, exactly. That is now over. Yes. 1-0 to Newcastle. Nobody out of the 3 of us, you, me, and Kate, got any points there. So good start to the weekend as always.
I'd be surprised if anybody's gone for a Newcastle win, to be honest with you. Maybe 1 or 2, though, knowing our luck.
Gray kind of sums it up here. And there's a few comments when he came on midweek, like, yes, Yannick's back. I'm like, oh, we have short memories, don't we? You know what I mean? He was the proverbial plonker a couple of seasons ago. Now we're glad to have him back. I don't know what that says about Okoli. I think Okoli's okay. I think he's young. He is going to definitely be one for the future. Who knows if FaZe will stay? He always talks about leaving. But yeah, definitely a Vestergaard coming back. Wednesday's team telegraphed today's team. Nobody will start both. Possibly there, yeah. I think it certainly did that with Vardy. 20. Let's hope we can. It's official. Goon has lost. Let's hope we can get past the tractor boys. Let's hope it's not like trying to follow a tractor down a country lane and you're stuck behind it for half an hour. I've got to say, they have actually, Brad, gone exactly the same as us at a 4-2-3-1. They have got Muric in goal, Johnson, O'Shea, Burgess and Davis are the back 4. Phillips and Sam Morsey are the two in front of the defence. Hutchinson, Chaplin, Schmodix, the three, and then Delap up front. Now, just going off what the Rich, the Ipswich fan said on Thursday, if they go a goal back down,
Yeah.
crowd can turn.
Yeah, well, I think that's natural because I don't really know. I know they played Everton a couple of weeks ago, but that was at Goodison Park, wasn't it? Let me just shut some windows. There's roadworks going on. I'm sure people might be able to hear it. Don't want to be hearing it, and it's putting me off and all. But they haven't really had, too much luck when they've played teams in and around them. They drew with Southampton, which is literally Southampton's only point this season. They've started now to take some batterings, haven't they? I know, and this really is a game. You feel that's it's definitely more a must win for them than it is for us. For us, it's more a must not lose because if thoughts go our way, Chris, teams like Southampton and Wolves matches, then it's nothing ventured, nothing gained, and obviously if we win and others lose, it's just more points gap being opened up. So I can imagine
you're right. The surprise for me there, that is the Phillips that was at Manchester City, isn't it? He's gone to Ipswich.
Yes. So
I thought he was more attacking. They've got him in a bit of a defensive role, and again they were saying not having the best of seasons.
Well, I mean, he is the Jesse Lingard of the footballing world right now. Got way too much hype in that Leeds United side and was never ever good enough for Man City. I do not understand. Well, I suppose maybe they'll try to fill in homegrown ratio. I just do not understand how you've got the likes of Grealish. Obviously, I know he's injured now, but like Rodri, they had Gundogan at the time, the Silva. Calvin Phillips. It just don't sound right, does it? You know what I mean?
No,
to say he's going to fit in there.
I've got to say, Schmodic is our Mavadidi today. Delap up front, he probably, the guy was saying, has been their saving grace this season. A bit like our Vardy, if you like. They said they can rely on him to get a goal. And look, they are scoring a lot of goals, but my God, they're shipping them as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Like I said, I think 10 goals in the last 3 games. They've been shipping a hell of a lot of goals, and there's only so long you can keep trying to outscore your opponents before it starts to really backfire. And 4-3 against Brentford, and the biggest concern that they must be having going into the next few weeks, Chris, is I believe they've got about 6 or 7 first team players out, either through
yes, they've got a lot of injuries. Yes, yeah. But
so,
apparently they're not Man City, so they're expected just to get on with it and not moan.
Oh, how dare they? How dare they? Do not even attempt to moan Ipswich. Slanderous to think that you have such cheek to moan.
I know. I mean, Man City, you have to be only got 13 fit first teamers. I mean, what's the world coming from? Let's suspend the league for them.
Yeah, I know. You know what I mean? Like, well, who do you think they are? Some team that's got 400 first team players? Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. But like you were saying for Ipswich, and they are on a minus. What? Let's just have a look. I've forgotten what they're on now. Ipswich are on minus 11. Wolves and Southampton both on minus 13. I mean, that could be the difference. We're on minus 4. That could be the point that keeps us up, couldn't it?
Yeah, well, 2 seasons ago when the roles were reversed and we were struggling and hoping to catch up with others, we had a poor goal difference, and we said it felt like that could be a point that needs to be made up. And minus the 100k a week wage. I wish I could get paid that for being useless. I'd be a billionaire.
Do you know? Have you not been getting your paychecks?
No, I've not. You keep saying it's in the post, but I think you put the wrong address on
it. Last 3 games, like you said, Brad, quite right. They've conceded 10 goals, and they've scored 4. But the 3 games before that, they only conceded 3. So you don't know what Ipswich is going to turn up. Just go through some chat here. It's a BTTS no draw kind of game. Hopefully we're on the right side of it today. Like you said, a draw wouldn't be the end of the world for us, but I think it might be for them. I'd go for the jugular from the get-go. Indeed, Grace, so would I. Ronald's in. I had Ronald the other day. I had a couple of cheesy ones. Good afternoon, everyone. Fingers crossed that we get all 3 points today. And that was before I had my premature load, so don't worry. Wayne, I would never have much of my fantasy team if he was free. Spencer saying about the injuries. Gray is saying if we play how we can, we should have no problem today. Look, I'm looking at that side and I'm thinking that is a winning team. But that, I'm still thinking championship because I thought that against Forest and look what happened.
Well, yeah, very true. Although you would say the difference in Dave, I'm going to ask you this: what were you doing last season, mate? Where were you the last 12 months? Because I don't know. Maybe you took a Garinder and didn't watch us in the championship because Vestergaard's one of the most reassuring defenders I've seen, and this is coming from a guy who, before you come out and say anything back to me, Dave, this is coming from a guy who had the biggest rant and rave about him turning down loan moves when we wanted to get rid of him.
You did. And look, I don't want to, I mean, let me just say, I haven't got it on here, but I was going to play Jeremy Clarkson, but I haven't got him. But look, I've always said with Vestergaard, there's a good player in there. He just wasn't utilised by Rodgers, who was, funny enough, was the manager who bought him, you know. He was utilised well last year. I did have my concerns about him in the Premier League, but would Vestergaard have done what Faze did last week with the header? Who knows? And we won't know. Everybody's got a mistake in them, but I think changes were needed, to be honest with you, on that. So I agree with you. Phillips has not had his head post Leeds, really. If we lose, Cooper witch hunt will begin. Look, you saw me on Luke's channel the other day, didn't you?
Yes. Well, I did for a bit.
You did, yeah. And Luke isn't the biggest Cooper fan. He didn't want him at the start, and if he was sacked tomorrow, he would not have any worries about it. He doesn't want him there. For me, what would it take to get Cooper sacked? If we had a season like maybe we had under Nigel Pearson, where we go bottom and we bottom for numerous weeks, then yes, I think it could probably be looked at. I don't think a manager would get as long as Nigel Pearson got that season. All he's got to do, his job role this year, his goals, if you pardon the footballing term, but his goals are to finish 17th. Doesn't matter how, if it's plus 1 goal difference over Southampton, it doesn't matter. We just have to finish 17th. And if he manages that, he has done what Top and the board want of him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you're having. And if anyone wants us to finish any higher, then you've got to really check your head, give your head a wobble, as I say, because anywhere higher than 17th is a bonus right now. And look at it this way. To be fair, Luke, for a Leicester fan, Luke seems to hate everybody. And for the brief time I watched in the show, we didn't like anybody that he brought up, and you was disagreeing with him like nobody's business. But also, right now, what has Cooper got to do to win some fans round? Because he picked the right team against Forest, we lost. He rotated the players against Man City, and we kind of had a giggle about it because it was Man U. Sorry, it was Man U, and we put a B team out, and we still scored 2 goals. So if we win today, and that puts us 8 points clear of Ipswich, who, unless Southampton or Wolves win their game, will be the team that's 18th, right? That puts 8 points clear. But what more has he got to do? Because if you told me at game week 10, and again, I'm hypothetical here because the game hasn't been played yet, but if full time, Chris, we're up in like 14th or 15th or whatever, 8 point clear of the team in 18th. What more were we expecting to be at this point? Because I would expect us, Chris, to be in trouble. I'd expect us to be in that relegation zone.
Totally, 100%. Look, we were expecting this season to have minus to start with. And look, if you're saying, about Steve Cooper, look, we don't know how many points, if we had got a points deduction, it would be. Possibly it would have been -6. But if it had been -6, we'd have still had 3 points and we would have still been above Wolves and Southampton and only a point behind Ipswich.
Yeah,
so,
and we'd have been getting out the bottom 3 today with a win.
Yeah, and some exactly. Some games I've got, frustrated at, and I didn't see a lot of games because, funnily enough, I was in Australia. I don't know if I've mentioned that at all.
No.
But he just has slipped it into the conversation. But, so I haven't seen, I missed, I think it was 4 games, wasn't it, while I was away. And, but yeah, the Fulham game annoyed me, so there's games that annoy me, but look, we do the post-match reaction straight after the show. There's a reason we do the post-match reaction straight after the show. It's because we're more likely to react. By the time we used to do it on a Monday night or a Tuesday, we'd calm down. We'd got, we'd taken our blue-tinted spectacles off. But we want the instant reaction. That's why we do it straight after the match. But if we do look back on it and go, 9 games played, 9 points. And do you know what, Brad? If we keep that form up, we'll have 38 points at the end of the season, and I think that will keep us up.
Oh, I tell you what, Chris, get you on countdown with that maths. I don't remember you ever needing a countdown calculator before this to figure that out. Those that know, though, don't they, Chris? Those that know. I didn't want to say, you know what, I could have been less cruel to you and told you to stop and put the calculator down when you was trying to figure it out.
Honestly, you've got to have a laugh, haven't you? You've got to have a laugh.
We'll cry, Chris. We'll cry.
Yeah. But yeah. So look, as I say, I don't know what some fans have got to do. I mean, if I said to most fans, "What did you think of Martin O'Neill?" they'd have all said, "Oh, we loved him, absolutely loved him." But they didn't when he first came, did he?
No, they'd be liars because before we beat West Brom at home in that season, what was it, 8 games into his reign as manager? Yeah. They wanted him out.
I think it was Sheffield United. There was demonstrations, wasn't there?
Yes, there was. And I think I remember he had to publicly come out and stand outside the stadium and answer questions to fans about giving him time and let him turn it around. And do you know what didn't help him in that one? In that season? Thankfully, it all worked out for us. We all know the rest of the story. But I remember, because I watched that season review before YouTube became horrible and took them all down, which was disappointing because I loved going on a YouTube page to find them. But
yeah,
a certain scumbag in McGee was in charge, and we were top for the majority of the first half of that season, weren't we? Before he jumped ship to a better team, air quotes. How did that work out for him? And that really dismantled the team. So it was really unfair how fans did treat O'Neill for them first 8 to 10 games because he had to pick the morale of the dressing room up.
Yeah.
So yeah, give him a chance. And it's funny how we all love Martin O'Neill. Tell me again, Chris, did he play for a certain team in red or manage a team in red? I'm pretty sure he did.
Both. In fact, both.
Yeah.
He won the European Cup with the team in red, and then he went on to have managed them for a little while.
Yes, he won a European Cup with Nottingham Forest, and he managed them for a while. And some players that we love to this day have also done the same. I believe a certain red-headed Neil Lennon managed for Nottingham Forest. We all love him. We all love them. And guess what, Chris? If he wants to work, my camera don't want to work.
Yeah,
that's why.
Yeah.
Still doesn't want to work. I thought it worked then. It said it came up with something. Yeah. But yeah, I mean,
I'm kind of glad Vestergaard is back. And Chris, I think the sack would be today if Cooper loses today.
No, you don't sack him today if they lose today. That would be the worst knee-jerk reaction in the whole of knee-jerk reactions. Because even if we lost today, we wouldn't be bottom 3. Even if we lost today, there would still be teams below us. There would still be a gap. because I'm telling you this now. I just need to do. I've got the fixture list right next to me in my lap.
I was just uploading it then, to be honest with you. Yes.
Southampton play Everton, so 2 teams in and around us. Only one of them can win. They can't both win. Wolves have got Crystal Palace, so what? They'd go on 5 points if they won, even if they won. And Southampton would go on to a whopping 4 points if they won. So it wouldn't be crisis call yet. So.
And let me ask you something else, Brad, right? If he is sacked after this game, our next 3 games are away to Man United, home to Chelsea, away to Brentford. We could possibly, even with Cooper, if we get 1 point out of those 3 games, it won't be the end of the world. You got Man United with their post-manager bounce. You got Chelsea, the relationship there, and they are doing well. And Brentford on their day can beat anybody. A new manager coming in with new ideas, new tactics before those 3 games, that would be like committing harikiri, wouldn't it?
No, it would be, Chris, because if he gets, if a new manager was to come in and somehow hit the nail on the head, it works out well. But if he doesn't, you could lose them games 5-0. I don't get why some people are just itching to say, if he loses, we sack him. He's going to get sacked. He's got to go. Oh, well, okay then. So why wasn't he sacked week 2?
If we sack him, who do we really get in? Now, Luke, I said this to Luke, because Luke was one about sacking him. And I said, look, Luke, who would you get in? And you know what he said? Potter.
Piss off.
Now, I said to him,
that man's rejected us more times than the girl.
Exactly. How often do you ask a girl out before it actually becomes stalking? I mean, if you ask her out and she says no, all right, you might have a few drinks, bump into her and ask her out again. But if she says no again, do you keep going and going and going back? She obviously doesn't fancy you, so no, you don't. And if he does come, then he's not going to stay long because he'll jump ship at the first opportunity like McGee.
Yeah, exactly, Chris. I don't rate him as a manager. His true colours have shown since he left Brighton because he's had ample opportunity to get himself back into work. He obviously thinks he's better than he is as a manager. He definitely is not. I
don't know. I've almost got the boobs.
He's not even a Rachel Green, and she's not even that smart on Friends, is she? So, but no, I mean, let's just say, Chris, right? I won't. Let's just say, for argument's sake, we was going to take a manager off somebody, Chris. But it ain't going to be Pep, it ain't going to be Slot, it ain't going to be Arteta. It ain't. And I'm just saying, just from the Premier League, we want someone with Premier League experience straight off the bat. Okay?
Yes, we do.
So it ain't going to be that scumbag in 5th. I'm not going to mention it. It's not going to be the new Brighton manager. We're not going to take Nuno off of Forest. Eddie Howe's not leaving Newcastle, especially after the result they've just got. We don't want anyone who's been near Tottenham. We're not going to get Frank from Brentford. Silva, can't see him leaving Fulham.
No.
Bournemouth, can't see him leaving. We wouldn't want Lopetegui. No chance with Manchester United.
Would we want a certain Gary O'Neill?
No, because his club currently are 9 games in, minus 13, and have 2 points. No.
Wayne has made an excellent point there. There is no way in business the board would sack a new manager for being ahead of their agreed targets. Not unless they've done something really, really wrong in any business. Do you know what I mean?
It's just ridiculous. Again, please, guys, do some research maybe if you need to, and look at the fact that we've had managers, we've had players, we've had fucking captains. A certain captain that lifted the Premier League title play for former clubs. We had a loanee last season that has played for Coventry, but we all loved Callum Doyle. James Maddison played for Coventry, but we all loved, well, the majority of us loved James Maddison.
Yes, yeah.
Get that stigma out of your head. This guy, like you said, is not just 5 points above the drop. He is currently sat 3 places above the expectation of where we're expected to be, because everybody apart from Leicester fans had us 18th, 19th, or 20th. In fact, I saw a lot of predictions, and I know you did the same, Chris. Other YouTubers, thought I'd give me camera a go then, who did that, and I watch a lot of them, as you know, Chris. Leicester fans, sorry, you won't like this, but I'm going to put you 18th. Leicester fans, you won't like this, you come in bottom. Leicester fans, yes, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Ipswich can have a better season than you.
I did one. I did one with Rob Tanner.
Yeah.
And we both only had it out earlier.
Put it away. Keep the camera above weight.
And we both had Leicester in 17th, and we both admitted that we had Leicester in 17th, not because we believed that's where they'd finish, but because we didn't want to put them in the bottom three.
Yeah. I mean,
so, and Rob Tanner, we actually agreed on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We agreed on 7 teams being in the same position. So, I know he's bad or I'm good, I don't know. So, I was on Talk Sport the other morning after the Forest game on the breakfast show with Natalie Sawyer. Very nice young lady. Seen her. And some other bloke who I really can't even remember. Dean Saunders, that was it. I remember it was Natalie Sawyer. That was the main point. But he said, Dean Saunders said to me, why, was the booing after that Forest game? And I said, I don't know, because I just don't know what some fans expect.
No, I don't either. And again, I think the mentality of it being Forest, and I get it, you don't want to lose a derby, no matter what you think of how fierce the rivalry is. And this is what I was just. What was that, Brad? I have as top 12, and Chris said 7. You and Chris said 17th now. Ben, this is my point, though. Right? Let me back you up here, Ben. Right? I've just done quick calculations, and it is possible today. This is possible because Bournemouth take on Man City, Fulham take on Brentford, West Ham are away at Forest, and Man Utd take on Chelsea. If we win by, say, 2 goals and teams, and Bournemouth and Fulham both lose by 2 goals, maybe on goal scored we might need to win 3-0, we could jump from 15th to 11th, Chris. We'd be on the same points as Bournemouth and Fulham, but -4 would need to swing. But obviously, with them assuming they lose, they would go.
You were a swinger, Brad.
Don't tell everybody. But that's what I mean, Chris. This shows you just how potentially quick this can turn on its head, because we would go from looking over our shoulder to suddenly going, "Hey, we can see the top half of the table from here. We can practice."
Still not panic mode. If we lose this, if we were to lose this, wouldn't be ideal. Not arguing with that, but it wouldn't be, let's get the lifeboats off the Titanic moment, would it?
No, because that would still mean that in Crystal Palace, who do they play? Do they play today? Where are they? Palace play Wolves. So, worst case scenario, Palace would go on to 9 points, so they'd be behind us or maybe ahead on goal difference if they win. Ipswich would go 7 points, so we're still with 2 points clear of the drop zone.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, Chris. Here's something to make it sound even better for us. We have more points than the bottom 3 combined.
Yeah, that is a very good point.
Fans, honestly, those of you that are wanting Cooper out and have been wanting it since he was announced as manager, what more can the man be doing? Do we need to be on 22 points and challenging Man City for the title?
I think that's what some fans expected. Last time we were here, we were finishing 5th. We got relegated. We're having to start from scratch. Yeah, Ronald says Natalie Sawyer is a babe. Yes, she is. And LCFC Gray says, Natalie Sawyer, don't tell my missus I have a crush. I actually have a picture of me on the wall with my arms around Natalie Sawyer.
Did you Photoshop that?
No. And it wasn't supplied to me by the police for harassment either. I actually went along to see Jeff Stelling. He did one of his evening with conversations, and the young lady that was interviewing him was a certain Natalie Sawyer, who obviously used to do the what did she call the links on Soccer Saturday. and they bounce off each other. They're very good as a pair. And before that, obviously, I paid a little bit extra, and I've got the photo opportunity. So I've got to say, one arm is round Jeff Stelling, but the other one is round Natalie Sawyer.
Yeah, and I bet that arm got stiff fingers, didn't it? Oh, that was quick-witted for me. You have to admit that.
It shut me up, I'll tell you. All I can say is thank God, but the players are coming out, so I'm going to have to let you go. Brad, I will say thank you very much, but I really want to say fuck off now. I
Love you too, mate.
I will see you at half time.
Okay.
Cheers, mate. Take care. Oh, it gives me no sadness to remove him at all. Right, here we go. Oh dear, let me just put my ears on. We need what do they call it? That stuff that you put in people's drinks to lower their sex life. What's it? I don't know. We need to get him some of that anyway. Let's have a look. Hi, Fields. How you doing? I do think this game will be a win for Leicester. Hopefully so. No spoilers, indeed. You've just reminded me, Gray. There we go. Bing! And it should be up. There you go. Right. I'm just going to... Just going to update the... This is Ipswich is Remembrance game, by the way. So we're just doing that at the moment. And of course, Trevor Weinmark, RIP. Gray, if you could please keep an eye on the chat and answer any questions, as I will only be dropping in and out. Well done to Geordie. I think you've just handed the title to Man City. Dino, hi, how you do? What position does Natalie play in? Don't get me going. Yeah, well done, Geordie. We do need this win. We might need this win so much. And it's the last post just being played.
is the Leicester Till I Die Watchalong Show. Join in the chat and don't forget to subscribe.
I will love it if we beat them. Love it.
Thank you very much. Stefan is in. Hi, Stefan. Of course, Steve Cooper in the stands today. Be watching the game on the old video. I mean, being in the stands, banning somebody to the stands doesn't really have the effect these days, does it? Anyway, we're away at Ipswich Town. A win would be good. Thank you very, very much. Leicester City are all in white. They're away kit today. Yannick Vestergaard there, got the poppies on. You can do the old match-worn shirts. And last week's, this week's and next week's, you can put bids in for. In blue and white and blue socks, we've got Ipswich Town. Harry Winks is going to kick off for us. An early goal would be good, like we say. It does annoy the home fans. They can turn on the team, apparently. And here we go. So, like I say, Leicester City kicking from right to left, and they are in their all white top, white shorts and white socks. So let's hope it'll be all white on the night. No spoilers. Do not shout anything out until I have said it on the screen. If I see you doing it, basically, I will kick you out, and it's a permanent one if I kick you. If Gray sees you, he kicks you out for 24 hours. So either way, you miss the rest of the game. Whoa! Oh my God! Who was that? 40 seconds gone. Back pass, way past Hermanson. Wow, that would have been an unbelievable start for Ipswich. Leicester City are kicking from right to left. Ipswich are kicking, obviously, therefore, left to right. Otherwise, it would be a very one-sided game. I was going to ask somebody, Gray. I've got the away shirt. I haven't gone for the home shirt because, to be quite honest with you, it's blue. And if I've got blue, I just think I can't afford all three like I used to. That's what I'm being careful. Yeah, it's kind of it's ice white, isn't it? It's the white for the celebrating the Ice Kings, but there is certainly a snow there. I suppose it's grateful it's not a yellowy white with it being Ice Kings. What do you think? I can't decide for Christmas whether to ask for the white shirt. I've not got the last white shirt we had. I hated. I bought it. It's like a bloody t-shirt. It was horrible. Or do I get the training kit? Not training kit, but the warm-up kit, which is quite a nice blue jagged. I did buy the last one in which the last warm-up strip, which was the blue and yellow lightning zigzags. But I do quite like these two shades of blue. Or do I get the white? Anyway, the ball's played forward. Vardy is on the end of it. Oh! Oh my God! 2 minutes gone. Mavadidi. I think he slipped as he kicked it. That was a good move by Leicester, though. Indeedy. Mavadidi now. That was a surefire goal. Fatawu now on the other side. It's great to see. I'm really pleased that we have got those two on the pitch. Again, why is he trying to shoot? It's all he tries to do, Fatawu. Have you just got the one shirt this season, Gray? Christensen, Vestergaard. Faze. Winks. Vestergaard back over to Faze, keeping control nicely. Faze with a long boot upfield, looking for Mavididi, but it's headed out on the near side, well deep into the Ipswich half for a Leicester throw-in. Yeah, Mavididi slipped. I think Vardy was lucky to get the ball through. I haven't really seen it back yet. Christensen. Oh, he gets past a player, and it's gone out for a corner. No, he's giving it as a goal kick. Christensen can't believe it. I wonder what Christensen was doing then, because he could have got the ball in. Jamie Vardy's run. Oh. It wasn't unlucky from Vardy. It was deflected. And Christensen was well expecting the corner then. Anyway, it goes all the way back to Mads Hermansson, who's in his all cyan, would you say that? Winks. Buonanotte on the far side. A lovely ball all the way over. Mavididi can't get to it, though, unfortunately. Actually, the more I look at this, the more I am liking this shirt. You've got all three grey. You've got too much money. So if you want to know what you want to get me for Christmas, mate, send me a message. Cooper there, looking sat down, looking at the laptop. 41% win rate, win probability, 32% win probability for Leicester. But I've got to say, Leicester at the moment have started more brightly. Blocked there by Buonanotte, and it's out for throw-in on the far side. Yeah, so it will be interesting to see. Vestergaard is on the ball now on the halfway line. Again, defending well up the pitch here, Leicester. Faze back to Vestergaard. He's got Christensen as an option. He chooses Vestergaard. Faze, sorry. He gets it back, though. Now he plays a long ball through. Now that was great move, great play. That's what Vestergaard offers you. Really is what Vestergaard offers. Playing there 2 or 3 and a lovely ball through. Lovely ball through. We get the throw in on this side. Faze gets it to Vestergaard. When Christensen manages to get the ball in, so it's Mavididi now. He's looking for options. He's got Fatu on the far side. Fatu has a go! What a save! What a save! Fatu shot. Muric save. And it's gone for a corner. Yeah, they're just saying now, good start for Leicester. Which one do you prefer out the 3, Gray? Something's going on in the box. Referee's walking in. He's having a word with Ndidi. And there's an Ipswich player and obviously the keeper. He's just telling them not to go. Vestergaard and Vardy are chatting away. Corner comes in. But it's easily taken from the Winks corner by Muric. Much too close to him. Throws it out overhead with 2 hands. Ipswich could have the break on now, but Leicester are getting numbers back and cut out the through ball. Christensen plays it all the way back to Mads Hermansson. and Ipswich don't even bother closing him down. He's got the ball, and Ipswich just turn round straight at the front and let Mads get on with it. It's been a good start from Leicester, apart from the first early back pass. Oh, Vestergaard's been dispossessed. Oh! Once again, we could be the architect of our own downfall there, and that was Vestergaard. Now that's given Ipswich a bit of a boost now. Can Ipswich get back into this game? Good tackle there. Again, Vestergaard just put his foot around the Ipswich striker just to get his foot in the way and get the ball out. But it is still with Ipswich on the far side now. Coming up to 10 minutes played. Ipswich are enjoying the best spell, I'd say, of the match so far. Ooh, and another shot there, just to the past the left-hand post for Mads Hermansson. So Mads Hermansson holding both his hands up. Means he's going to take a long kick, and it is right the way up. Doesn't get past the Ipswich defender, though, and it's booted back up. Oh, Christensen heads it straight to an Ipswich player. Who's through? Oh. Faze and Delap having a little bit of a come together there as Faze just edged the ball out. He did kind of barge him, but the referee just telling them to put the handbags away. Cheers, Gray. Yeah, thanks a lot. I might have to get that one then. The more I look at it, they haven't really played in it much this season, have they? They've had the black a couple of times. Mads Hermansson with a ball long up the field. It's headed back by the Ipswich team. It's head tennis at the moment. Buonanotte. He turns with the ball. Just that Phillips can't close him down, but again a bad attempt to pass there by Leicester, and it's cut down by Ipswich, and it's back in the Leicester half with Vestergaard, who plays it to Faze. Faze with a long ball up, looking for Fatawu, but Davis out jumps him, and that's a long hoof up and under from Ipswich. Dealt with very easily by Ricardo, and then Phillips goes back into the back of another Leicester player and gets the free kick for Leicester. This is a very, very, very exciting game. Bournemouth are 1-0 up at Manchester City. It's Bournemouth 1, Manchester City 0. Liverpool 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 1. Oh, unlucky there, Leicester. Again, the ball played through, but a bit too hard. After, I don't know about anybody else, but when I look at the way Leicester play, sometimes I think if we just got these passes right, we would be like watching Brazil sometimes. So Bournemouth have got the goal that me and Brad said they would. Will Manchester City be able to come back, though? Nice play here by Leicester. I went Liverpool 2, Brighton 0, so I've immediately got no points. Apart from that, of course, Newcastle beat Arsenal earlier on the morning kickoff. And here at Portman Road, it's 0-0. And a very good game so far. Oh, the headed ball up, but it comes back to Ndidi. Buenete. Buenote. He's still got it. Oh! Buenote. What an effort. 14 minutes and 58 seconds. He went past about 10 players. And then Vardy heads wide. I mean, I say 10. It probably wasn't. Went past about 6 players. Shot. But it was saved. Mavididi, in fairness, was shouting for it. Should he have passed? Mavididi was empty, but then look, if it had been a goal, it would have been a goal of the season. Sorry, Geordie. Forgive me. Let's be honest with you. I don't think there was many people would have predicted a Newcastle win. But you needed that. So 28% possession to Ipswich, 72% possession. Smodic now goes forward straight into Manson, who throws it underarm very quickly. And that's good. Buenete finds Vardy. Plays it back to Buenete. To Ndidi. On the edge of the Ipswich box. Mavididi now inside the box. Chips it in. Oh! I mean, they've just agreed with me there. 72% possession for Leicester, but we're not doing. We've got to score when we're on top. Please smash the lights, guys. We need to try and get to 50. Let's try and get to that. It's a corner to Leicester on the far side. I think that might be the first corner. No, it's yeah, our second corner, or possibly our first. I'm not sure how up to date this is, but it has been all Leicester at the moment. But look, this is it. I think you're right, Jeff. Mine is Jeff, by the way, Geordie. Right, so it's a corner to Leicester. Vestergaard's up there. Buenote short to Ricardo. Chips it in. It's headed clear. Winks though with a shot, and it's over. But he kind of slipped. I think he slipped back a little bit. He was taking it, but look, why not? We know he can do it from those positions. I think you're right though, Jeff. Don't think any of us predicted a Newcastle win. So Ipswich bringing it away now, playing it out from the back. Oh, and they nearly gave it away to Leicester, but Leicester have got it now. Shouting for a handball there. Leicester didn't get it, and Ipswich come away. This is what we've got to be careful of, Leicester. An overlap there for Ipswich on the far side, chipped into the box, but it comes off. Will it go out for a corner? Just off-route phase there for a corner. Yeah, Wolves, but come on. When he gets them and he hits them right, they're beauties into the goal. I know what you mean. I like Christensen. Now, what I like about Christensen is when he goes forward and he actually crosses the ball. Quite often earlier on in the season, when he was going forward, he was having to come back with it. And that's not what he's good at. So, corner to Ipswich on the far side, their first corner. They said Christensen is being... what's that gone for? Another corner? Yeah, corner on the far side there. Well said, Gray. Leicester having to do a bit of defending now. It was deflected out. I think Buenete was the last one it touched it. Corner comes in. Ooh. Jamie Vardy getting in and doing his defensive duties there. 20 minutes gone. It's still 0-0. But Leicester win the ball and they come away now. Oh, and indeed he loses it. Honestly, what was he doing? And then, Atu, I think it was, wins it back. Mavadidi, I think, has got booked. Oh, Buonotte's got booked. Time wasting, I think. Four shots for Ipswich, 5 for Leicester. We've had 2 on target. They haven't had any yet. But like you say, you know what it's like with Leicester. Good defending there by Christensen, out for the throw-in. You know what it's like with Leicester. We don't capitalise when we're on top. We are on top at the moment. We should be capitalising. Yeah, they've just said there, quite rightly. Oh, no way! Referee, for fuck's sake. Tim Robinson. A shot there from Ipswich, but it's blocked. Christensen has been asked to do a lot there. He gets it away, but only as far as an Ipswich player, so it just comes straight back at Leicester. Ipswich free now into the box. Hooked away by Vestergaard. But at the moment, Ipswich are on top. 23 minutes gone. just looking at, well, what we need is somebody that has got the speed to get into the box and score goals. You know, Tom Cannon, Patson Daka when he's fit. At the moment, the only players we've got on the bench are Jordan Ayew as an out-and-out striker, goal kick to Leicester. Just while that's happening, Skip, Okoli, McAteer, Justin, El Canoes, Cody, Sumare, they are all defenders or midfielders. Just Ayew on the bench up front. And let's be honest with you, Ayew, Dakova Reed, yeah, I've got to say those three, Ayew, but I'd have still liked Tom Cadden to be here, to be honest with you. Oh, the ball straight over the top there by Ipswich, but straight into the hands of, well, it wasn't really over the top, it was sort of head high, but it went all the way through. It was very, very over-kicked and was straight to Madsen Manson. Christensen now in defence plays it back to Madsen Manson, who plays it out to Wout Faze on the far side. Leicester need to try and kick it upfield, so Faze does. Renette got the ball, but there's a free kick to Leicester this time. Who's going to get the... Oh, Pashley's getting spoken to. But who's he giving the free kick to? Oh. I think that must be a free kick to Leicester, surely. Why he's talking to Faze, unless Faze is asking for a yellow card. But it is a free kick to Leicester City. It does look like these tops have been put in with a denim shirt, doesn't it? That's what this top is reminding me at the moment. So, Vestergaard. "25 minutes, Faze passes it back to Manson on the edge of his box. I know he's on loan, but I wish he was here. Got another today. I mean, maybe that's his level. You know what I mean? I've got to accept that maybe that is his level, and he does very well in that league. But I just don't like Dakova Reed or Edouard at the moment. But look, if they came on and got a hat trick, I'd be all love them. Of course I would. I'm fickle. I'm a football fan. It's what we are. What we do. Aberdeen wants to throw in, doesn't get it on the near side. Aberdeen tries to get the ball back, but doesn't give away the foul as the Ipswich player still has it as he comes away. And it's down the far side now for Ipswich. Oh, bad ball played behind the forward running Schmodic, where Nete passes it back to Vestergaard. Leicester could have broken them, but chose not to. Ricardo back to Faz. There seem to be more three at the back at the moment. Mavadidi wanted to throw in. He didn't get it, but then the referee, I don't know what he did there. Did we play for the wrong spot? I don't know what's going on. Oh, Faz left for standing there. And Ipswich were on the break here. Oh, good defending by Christensen. But Wout Faes. Faes was so easily turned there. But it's a goal kick, in fact. Yvonne, I wish. I mean, we know, well, like they've just said, we've started well. First 15 minutes was all Leicester. We've let Ipswich back into it. And yes, we are giving it away too much. Nottingham Forest 1, West Ham United 0. As Ipswich come down this near side. And get a corner? No, yes they do. It's an Ipswich corner. Oh, corner. It was a long corner. O'Shea, I think it is, yeah, was at the far post, but he couldn't direct his header. At the moment, if Leicester, we're in 15th, if Leicester can get a point or get a goal at the moment, we'd go above West Ham into 14th. We'd probably go above Man United as well because we have the same goal difference, but we scored more goals. So there's a lot. We could jump up 2 spaces to 13th, 2 places to 13th if we can score a goal. Referee's talking to Madsen Manson. I don't think it can be for time wasting, surely. When he played half an hour. Forest are up to 4th, by the way. For everybody that was saying that Forest were, we lost to Forest, they're actually up to 4th at the moment. Forest are in Champions League positions. Faye's nearly messed up again. Christensen, good defending by Leicester. Oh. Indeed, in Hutchinson handbags, but they've just sort of touched hands. No, it is a Leicester throw-in. Indeed, he was convinced it was. The commentator said it was an Ipswich throw. Christensen's got the ball. Top 2 teams then are losing. Manchester City are losing 1-0. Liverpool are losing 1-0. Brighton are up to 3rd. They're winning 1-0. And so are Forest. And Bournemouth are up to 8th at the moment. Ronaldo tries to do too much again. Another corner to Ipswich. At the moment, Ipswich are on top. Indeed, Jeff, indeed. Ipswich on top. Are we going to regret not scoring when we were on top? Oh, good header clear. I'm not sure who it was. Oh. Phillips wins that particular battle with Mavididi. And it's a long ball into the box, headed clear by Vestergaard, but only as far as Ipswich, who come at us again. A long shot, but it's wide from Chaplin. It was always going wide, and I've got to say, Mads Manson didn't even have to react. I think any team, Gray, when you start a game, I don't think we have a team that can stay on top of it for that long. And I don't think a lot of teams don't, unless you're a Man City or a Liverpool. Anyway, it goes back to Mads Manson right on the edge of his box. Plays it out to Christensen, who's closed down, but turns it, boots it upfield. But nobody there at all. I think it was more a case of just clearing the ball. Oh dear, I've run out of tea. Do you know what that means? I have to have a cider. Oh my goodness gracious me. First world problems, eh? I know what you mean, Wolves. Yeah, Gray. Just listen to this sound. That wasn't that noisy, but ooh. Batawu gets past Davis this time, but he can't get the ball in the box. It comes off a Ipswich player who lets it run through to the goalkeeper. Cheers, Gray. Davis has done very well for Ipswich in keeping Fatawu quiet, but Fatawu got past him then, but then couldn't get the ball past him. And then it all kind of just bobbled about, and it was let run to Muric. Oh, nice play from Ipswich. Long ball over the top. Well, Faze, actually, I've got to say, Faze, fair play to him. Fair play to him there. Don't know how he managed it, but he managed to sort of somehow poke the ball through the legs of the Ipswich player, and then Fatawu can't control the ball, comes off him and goes out for 8 throw-in. Is that what you've got, Gray? Oh, too much information. Too much information. Oh, Christensen. Good defending. Puts it out for throwing, but great defending. He's having a good game, Christensen. Ipswich now on the edge of the box. Oh, Vestergaard there, clearing it, and Winks overhead kick, but he got fouled. £2.65 for one can. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I pay a tenner. Oh, that was definitely a free kick. I pay a tenner for 10. Iceland home delivery as well. 58 in. How many likes have we got? Come on, guys. We need to get up to 50 likes. Amanson chips the ball forward into their own half, but Ipswich head it clear. Ipswich do well to keep control of the ball. They're playing well at the moment, Ipswich. Oh! That's a good shot from Chaplin. That was definitely Fatawu-esque. No free kick, although the Ipswich fans are shouting for it. Then we give the ball away. No, we don't. We managed to keep it back. And it's with Christensen. I've got to say, it has impressed me. That's a point. Oh, yes. That was a free kick. And why he wouldn't let Leicester play on? Or did Leicester just waste a quick free kick? But Vestergaard was pulled back. Now Fatawu breaks on the far side. Looking to come in. Plays it across. Oh, and it's straight into an Ipswich player. And now Ipswich break on the far side. Yeah, we're the only, well, us and Manchester City, the only teams to have scored in every game. And neither of us have got the ball in the net yet, with 40 minutes to go. Christensen got his head on that. And Mavididi, gets the free kick. He's taken down from behind. But it's still Bournemouth 1, Man City 0. Brighton leading Liverpool, Forest leading West Ham. Everything else is 0-0. Wolves are playing Crystal Palace at 5:30, and Newcastle and Arsenal are played earlier, and of course a good win for Newcastle. Christensen got it in, kept it in, but he couldn't really do much with it because he was falling over. Oh, good turn by Ipswich to keep hold of the ball. Coming up to the end of the first half, 41 minutes gone, 41 and a half, and it's still Ipswich 0, Leicester City 0. It's probably evened out a little bit more now on the stats. Yeah, 43 possession is now Ipswich 43.9 and Leicester 56.1. Ipswich now coming forward again. I have to say at the moment, Ipswich are looking the more dangerous. And we can't get it away. I think we were worried about giving away the foul there, but... Oh! Punched by... Mads punched away. At the moment, I've got to say Ipswich are on top. Yeah, you're an Indian giver, aren't you, Jeff? Oh, Johnson's shot. Ipswich at the moment, like I say, they're all looking most likely. Vardy. Been out of it for a while. Fatawu chips the ball in. Oh, it's all the way over. Mavididi can't. It's just a little bit too high for Mavididi. 43 minutes. Interesting to see how much time added on. Buenete's holding the back of his neck. Referee's calling the player, the physio on. He's got to stop the game. 10 shots now from Ipswich. Yellow card to Calvin Phillips. 10 shots to Ipswich, 5 to Leicester. Are they looking? I think, but possibly looking at a red card here. With 2 minutes of injury time. Could actually be longer though now. And indeed they will. 2 minutes there. I was ahead of them. Hey. Yeah, 69. We are 11 off getting to the 50. It shuts me up, guys. If nothing else, it shuts me up. I don't think it is going to be a red. There's a goal kick to Ipswich Town, and they come away. Well, some instructions came down from Steve Cooper for Fatawu as Faze heads it clear. Indeed, and everybody's getting a bit of a mess there about Leicester. Vestergaard clears it, but only as far as an Ipswich player. Hutchinson now gets the cross in. Oh, it goes over the top. Bonetti's okay anyway. Ipswich feel they can get something in this last few seconds of this half. Johnson now on the side. Oh, it's headed. It's, well, hoofed upfield. That should be it. No. Nice move by Ipswich, but it didn't come off. Anton Manson boots it upfield. There's still no half-time whistle. Ipswich have it. Playing it across the back. Just on the halfway line. Now into the Leicester half. But there it is. That is half-time. And we will be back in a few minutes with the half-time analysis. And I'll be joined by Brad. I'll see you in a few minutes. Don't go away.
Subscribe to our YouTube channel now and make sure you never miss another upload. Leave a like now. Ring the bell and never miss another video.
So, the half-time scores, everybody. I would say Newcastle won 1-0 in the early kickoff. And it was Bournemouth are currently leading Manchester City. It's Bournemouth 1, Manchester City 0. Sorry, I've still got food in my mouth here. Ipswich Town 0, Leicester City 0, Liverpool 0, Brighton and Hove Albion 1, Nottingham Forest 1, West Ham United 0, Southampton 0, Everton 0. Other scores are going our way. Well, Southampton Everton, I guess. Cheers, Gray. I'll look at it after the match. What are your thoughts so far? I have to say, I'm just looking at the match stats. 46% possession to Ipswich. 43 here, 55. I don't know. Are you there, Brad? No, I don't think Brad is there. I wasn't sure because obviously his camera wasn't working earlier. 10 shots for Ipswich, 5 for Leicester. Both of us have got 2 on target. 45% possession, like I say, to Ipswich, 55 to Leicester. They've had 13 touches in our box. We've had 10. Who has impressed you so far in this half? Phillips did get away with 1, to be honest with you. I tell you who has impressed me. I've got to say Christensen. Fair play to him. I'm just going to go through a few notes I've made here while we're waiting for Brad. Brunetti got a yellow card for time wasting, and I always think they are stupid yellow cards to give away. Why would you give away a yellow card? Kicking the ball away, kicked it into the net. Why? What did he gain by that? Absolutely nothing. I don't get it. And of course, now he's on a yellow. He has to be careful. Brunetti, I sometimes think, he had that lovely run. Yes, it looked good. He went past 5 or 6 of their players, but then he had Mavididi free. Why didn't he pass? Does he not trust his teammates? I can remember when I was watching, because I lived in Burnley, so I used to go and watch Burnley with the kids just to take them to some football. And back in the day, Burnley were in the Championship, and it was good games to take the kids to see. And they had Paul Gascoigne playing for them, who was so much better than the rest of the team, probably put together. And you could see Gascoigne trying to do things that the other rest of the team just couldn't keep up with. Their minds weren't quick enough. I'm just wondering if that's the case with Brunetti. Does he not trust his teammates? Being a full-back on a yellow, I would replace him with Skip. Skip to muscle up the midfield, and he can drive forward too, and hurt Mavididi and Fatawu supply the flair. I'm trying to think. Who is a full-back on a yellow card? I have not written this down. No, we haven't got a full-back on a yellow card. It's just Brunetti. I wouldn't say he's a yellow card. He's not a full-back. Faze is looking a little bit iffy at the back. Let's see if Brad's messaged at all. I tell you what, I am going to play because it didn't come through. I'm just going to see if I can bring this up. Just bear with everybody. just going to... Okay, I'm just going to bring this up. This was before the game, but this was what Kate thought of the team.
Hello. Just walking to the ground. Team news, quite interesting really. I think I'd have put a Coley with Vestergaard. Interesting to see Vestergaard playing. I think he'll do well against this type of opposition. Cool that Fatawu isn't injured. Obviously he was rumoured to have a groin injury. But yeah, great to have him available. So yeah, I think there'll be goals today, both sides. I do think there'll be goals. I don't think either is very good at keeping a clean sheet, are they? But hopefully Leicester will do great. We really need a good performance over 90 minutes if we can. And hopefully we can achieve that today. If we can't achieve that today against sort of arguably lower level Premier League opposition, then there's some tough questions to be asked, I think. So the performance is everything today. It's a 6-pointer potentially. It's a really good opportunity to pull clear of some of those bottom 3 teams and just keep the pressure on those bottom 3 really. We've got a nice little points difference between us and 17th at the minute, so let's keep that up. Yeah, so I am going Leicester 2-1, but it could be 3-2. Who knows? But there'll be goals for sure, both sides.
So, are you there, Brad? I don't think Brad is still there. So interesting. She's gone 2-1 to Leicester, which was her original score, or she's gone 2-3, which was copying me, if I'm honest with you. Yeah, I don't know where Brad's gone, to be honest with you. But I player I'm most been impressed with is yeah, I think it's got to be Christensen so far. Vestergaard's done well as well. I don't know about Ndidi though. Brad has gone AWOL. I don't know where he is. Can you hear me, Brad? Obviously he can't. But let's just see. John says, good evening, 10 minutes. Poor for the rest of the game. I find our 2 wingers so frustrating. Ipswich look better on the ball. If this finishes a draw, that is probably the fairest result on that first half. But look, football's not fair, is it? Football isn't fair. So, like I say, I've got here Leicester started well. Brenette trying to do too much. Then when it got to around the half-hour mark, Ipswich were on top. We didn't take advantage, as always. We didn't take advantage of being on top. And that's the annoying thing. We have to start taking advantage. If we're not going to sort of take advantage when we're on top, when are we going to do it? That's what I find so frustrating. Vardy's not had much influence on the game. I don't know how many touches he's had, but it won't be many. Are you there, Brad? We'll try and bring Brad in quickly. Brad? I can hear him. Are you there, Brad? Hello, you fool. How are you? Come join the joyride. I don't know. I daren't think what he's doing in the background.
No, my bloody camera, is it going to... No, it's still not working. Sorry, mate.
That's all right. I think we've got about 30 seconds before the players come out.
Okay.
Good start. Good start, but Ipswich finished the half on top.
Yeah, well, while Ipswich played the marathon, we won the 100-metre dash, didn't we? Because for 15 minutes we were looking good. We were ripping them to pieces, and then we must have took a laxative before the game because we started to shit ourselves. Passes going wrong. We just looked nervous. We looked frail, Chris, and that's the biggest concern of the half. Look, Ipswich haven't been able to finish the dinner, let alone a chance, thankfully. And Madsen's made a couple of good saves, but it's got to improve, Chris, because that has been scarishly annoying.
Yeah.
I mean, the only good thing we can look at is...
that impressed me. We had, I think Christensen's done well. I think Vestergaard's done well. Not been impressed with Faze. Not been impressed with Ndidi.
No, although it's been difficult for Ndidi. After that first 10-15 minutes, he really hasn't been able to spread the ball out. I don't know what happened after them first 15 minutes. Maybe, Chris, maybe we need to support Vardy a little bit or take him off and put Ayew on there because he's done nothing. Not that he's been able to do.
No, I've just written down then. We didn't take advantage when we were on top, and Vardy, not much influence.
Yeah, I mean, it could be worse. We could be 1-0 down to Bournemouth.
Yes, indeed. There's a few odd scores in there, isn't there? But the players are coming out, Brad. Could be 1-0 down to Bournemouth, or we could be 1-0 down to Brighton and Hove. And can I just say that everybody who said that we should have beaten Forest, they're not a good team, they're actually in the Champions League positions as things stand. Brad, I will see you hopefully, or hear you at full time.
Yeah, you definitely hear me. Hopefully you'll see me. But if we play like that in the second half and get our comeuppance, I'll be glad to not be able to be seen.
Yeah, he was rustling. Indeed, you're quite right there. Gray, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was unloading his load. Who knows? I'll see you at full time, Brad.
Yeah, I'll see you then, mate.
Cheers, buddy. There we go. It might be well for Brad to maybe come out and come back in again. I don't know. But it is the second half. Players are coming out. It will be interesting to see. No substitutions, I don't think, as far as I can see. As we get ready for the second half. So here we go for the second half. Ipswich now are playing from right to left as we watch it. They're in the blue shirts, white shorts, blue socks. Leicester are playing and get a foul straight away, as indeed is bundled down. Leicester playing in their all ice white, I think they call it, ice white, blue, ice blue white. Oh, God, give me a cider. Phillips there caused a foul. He has to be careful. He does have to be careful. Going to Leicester on this near side. Ricardo, who's had a pretty quiet game. Oh, then Buenete tries to take it around the player and just takes it out of play. We'll keep you updated, obviously, on all the other scores, but nothing's changed. Bournemouth, Brighton and Forest still ahead. Everybody else is 0-0. Newcastle beat Arsenal 1-0 earlier. No changes for either side. Ricardo, no. Fatawu. He had 2 players on him then. How the hell was that not a free kick? Oh, Schmodic keeps that one in. That was a lovely ball through into the open space. He crosses the ball in. Oh, Christensen heads the ball clear from inside the box. But they come again, Ipswich. They've got 2 players on him, the Ipswich striker, but he still gets the ball back to another player. Now Christensen. A little shove. I don't think it was a purposeful shove. Vardy doesn't control the ball, though, very well. And he loses it. It's out for a throw-in. Vardy, like I said, didn't have much influence in that first half. Phil, you've not missed anything yet. No, on the far side, Leicester have it. Running with the ball. Mavididi gets past his player, gets the ball in, but only as far as an Ipswich player who boots it out to safety. And then Ipswich, surprisingly, Ipswich get a free kick. The referee seems to blow every time that Ipswich trip over themselves. Vestergaard gets the ball. Oh, lovely turn by Vestergaard. Ricardo. Oh, doesn't quite get the ball through to Fatawu, and he loses it out to Ipswich now. They'll go down and they'll get a free kick. Who knew? Who knew? Fatawu. And he gives the ball away again, for fuck's sake! We're giving away the ball much too easily. So the goalkeeper's well out Murich for Ipswich. But Ipswich passed the ball well. They seem to be able to find their players where we can't. Davis on the ball. Phillips and Davis playing a little bit of 1-2. Davis, well, fair play for Tawa. We went in a bit heavy there, but player on! Don't know why I'm shouting, but no, the fucking Leicester player seems to be shouting to let him know there's a player on. Mavididi had to go back to get that. It was an awful cross across field. Vardy now, it's played forward to him, but it's cut out. I don't know where the free kick's going to go there. He's going to book Vardy. I bet he's going to book Vardy here. Well, he's having a word with O'Shea as well. It was handbags. Don't know whether Vardy didn't hear the whistle. That could be his claim. I think it'll be an Ipswich free kick, though. Yeah. It was a bit of handbags at dawn. O'Shea and Vardy both getting a talking to, but no card. Ipswich seem to be winning every loose ball. That said, as soon as I say that, the curse of the commentator gives it away. Vardy headed back. Mavididi to Vardy, who again gives it away. I'm just writing then, Ipswich seem to pass to each other. Leicester seem to pass to Ipswich. Am I being unfair there? Because that's how I'm seeing it at the moment. Phillips on the ball. The long ball across field found his teammate very nicely. And Christensen tackles and puts the ball out for a throw-in. So does anybody agree with me? We seem to like to pass to the opposition. Where the opposition are able to pass to each other. And that's upfield and out. Desperate defending by Leicester at the moment. Indeed, hobbling a little bit. Poor throw-in, and Christensen just guides the ball out for a goal kick, which Madsen Manson will take. We certainly do, don't we, Gray? It's not just me then. Oh. Tell you what, because I have this light on to light up the room, it's so hot. Oh, 1-0 to Ipswich. It was coming. One 0. I mean, I got to say, brilliant goal, but my God, it hurts. One 0. Leif Davis scores. I mean, I've got to say, it was an amazing goal. I don't know if any goalkeeper's stopping that. Can we see Leicester getting back? I'm not sure we can, I've got to say. I mean, it didn't even, I think, did it touch the ground? I think as it came over, I think he just volleyed it. Leicester are down to 16th. Ipswich are up to 17th. We're now only 3 points. If Crystal Palace beat Wolves, we could well be in the bottom 3. Yeah, so if Crystal Palace beat Wolves, I'll give them 9. At the moment, they'd then be on a better goal difference than us, which would take us down. No, we'd be 17th. We'd still be above Ipswich, of course. I feel like we... I feel like we are... I feel like the stuffing's been knocked out of us. Well, certainly it has been knocked out of me. Jeff, do you think we can come back? This is going to give... Oh, what, referee? Fuck off! A yellow card for Fatawu after 58 minutes. And I've got to say, Tim Robinson, you are a fucking wanker. Why didn't your dad swallow? Or your mum swallow? I don't know, you might have had 2 dads. Who knows these days? For God's sake, you can't show a bit of passion in this game. And we just want a manager, a referee that knows what he's doing. Because this referee's got no fucking clue. So Fatawu goes round, gets the ball across. It's too hard. It's headed back in, but it's headed clear. Winks now. Christensen plays it forward to Ndidi, who loses control again. For fuck's sake, get Ndidi off the fucking pitch. Why the fuck is Ndidi still on this pitch? No, the ref needs to get his decisions right, though, John. That's all we ask. So at the moment, we're letting Ipswich, who haven't won a game all season, win. And we are not scoring a goal, which was done in every game this season. Half an hour left. Are we going to get back into this? Not convinced. Not with this referee. Sub's about to be made, I think. No, not going to make any changes now. That throw-in, which wasn't a throw-in to Ipswich, goes to throw-in to Ipswich. Vardy heads it to the opposition. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ricardo. But he's got back, in fairness. Phillips holding on to the ball well. Ipswich now on this near side, just inside the Leicester half. LCFC, you've got more faith than I have. Matawu. Oh, and then he just plays it against the fucking Ipswich player. You think we're going to make a comeback, do you? I tell you what, a whore who's been fucked up the arse is more likely to get come on her back than us making a comeback. Brenetti now coming away. Vardy. Jamie Vardy gets the ball in the box. It's gone to Winks now. He's going to shoot. And it's a good save. Oh, for fuck's sake, Winks. Brenetti keeps the ball here. Plays it out to Mavididi on the far side. He gives the ball away. Of course he gives the ball away. Mavididi does well. Christensen's got it on the far side. Gives it back to Mavididi. 65 minutes gone. Christensen again. Oh, again, we can't control it. Leicester now making some changes, I think. McAteer looks to be one that's coming on. But not just yet. There's a throw into Ipswich on the near side. Faze heads it out. Will the changes be made now? The referee seems to be blind. Who knew? Can't see them. Oh, and he gives a free kick. Probably was a free kick in fairness, Ndidi. What the fuck is Ndidi doing on the pitch? Why is Ndidi still playing for this club? It's a free kick. Good chance here for... Yeah, at this rate, Jeff, we're not even going to finish 17th. If we can't beat Ipswich, who've been shit all season. Oh, great. George Hurst is coming on for Ipswich. Obviously, always scores against... players always score against us when they've left us. Do Ipswich deserve to be on top? Yes. Because are we shit? Yes. This is going to add a lot of time on. I think possibly 3 changes coming for Leicester. So Liv Davis goes off. I think it might just be cramp. 20 minutes to go. Still no changes for Leicester. What the fuck is the referee doing? Oh, Phillips hits it straight at Ndidi. Unfortunately, it didn't knock him out. That's a shame. Maybe we would have taken him off. And hopefully it goes as the referee, as the commentators just said. Madsen Manson holds on to it. Oh, and then we just give it away. Winks. Thankfully, Ipswich have now just done the same. Davis is back on. 70 minutes here. Substitutions come in. So off is Ndidi. And on is Sumari. Mavadidi is off. And McAteer is on. And I think there's 3 subs as well. Oh no, no subs yet for... Oh my God, the referee's giving us a free kick. Bloody hell. Long ball over the top here. Foul, for fuck's sake! Let's put the youth team out. They'd be better than this. I didn't have Fatawu in my starting lineup. Again, I have to say, what is he doing on the pitch? Somehow Leicester, oh, they're fucking, have they cocked it up? No. Oh, no, it's not going to be a free kick, surely. 72 minutes. Leicester are going to be dropping to 1 place off the relegation zone at this rate. And it's where we deserve to be. Bournemouth are 2-0 up at Manchester City. Liverpool 2, Brighton 1. Nottingham Forest 2, West Ham United 0. Can at least get some joy this weekend and get some points in the league. I've gone 2-1 to Forest against West Ham. Liverpool 2-0 if it stays like that. No, that's 2-1. I don't get anything for that. So it was a free kick for Leicester, and guess what? We fucked it up. Tawu, actually, silky skills there. And I give up. I fucking give up with the refereeing and linesman standards in this country. Put people in bloody wheelchairs that do a better job of keeping up with the game. Don't know. So George Hurst is on, ex-Leicester player, of course. Defending there by Ndidi. I think it was a free kick. Of course it's a fucking free kick. You wanker, Fatawu. We won this season because we didn't deserve to win, Gray. Let's be honest with you. Fatawu pushes him in the back. Jesus fucking Christ. It'll be 2-0 probably. Oh, somehow. Ipswich trying to get a penalty there. Phillips surely should be booked, and if he is, it's a second yellow. Good punch from Hamadson. It's a sending off. Phillips. So we've got 15 minutes to go. And I have to say, 10 men down with 13 minutes to go. Apparently he's off for the second consecutive week. I just said, is it going to be a game changer? No, it's not. I don't think we could beat 6 men. Oh, it's Ipswich's second. Can we do to Ipswich what they did to us? Can we get something back? Very late. Atawu to Vestergaard. Christensen. McAteer. Christensen overlaps. Plays it back though rather than going forward. Vestergaard to Faze. Winks gets it back to Vestergaard, who plays it forward to McAteer again. McAteer doesn't get it past the player, of course he doesn't. It's fucking shit. Takes a throw in, then it's held up for El Canoose. Ricardo Pereira is off. And now a double change for Ipswich, which is very clever of McKenna. I don't know why we did it, because it's just broke. Leicester are attacking then. It's just broken us up. Obviously, the red card's having an effect. They are having to change it round. There's an Ipswich player there. He's arguing. I'm not sure whether I think it's the 4th official. So 10 minutes to go. Yeah. I did say there was an Ipswich player and he was arguing with the 4th official and he's got a yellow card. Samare to Fatawu. Plays it in. Christensen gets it, but it goes straight into the goalkeeper's hands. Gus, he can't do any worse than the shit that we've got on the pitch at the moment. The goalkeeper was a bit lucky there, nearly went through his legs. Oh, for fucking hell. Shit ball through. I don't know whether Christensen wasn't ready for it. It was too hard and it's out for a throw in. 8 minutes to go. A draw will feel like a win if we can get one now. Leicester fans looking despondent. And I'm not surprised. Saying we've come back from 2 down against Arsenal and Southampton. We couldn't come, honestly. And that was against 11 men. Don't know what this team can do. Fataru now on this near side. El Canoes giving him options. And he runs it out of fucking play. Yellow card for the goalkeeper. Time wasting, I'm guessing. Faze passes it back to Hermanson. It's not where we want it. Winks has got the ball. Christensen. Long ball up and over, trying to find McAteer. But again, Leicester get it. Leicester give it away. Samare now to Winks. Winks over to McAteer. 5 minutes plus stoppage time to go. Vardy, honestly. That was a chance there. Christensen, a lovely ball into the box. Oh no, it goes past Vardy. It's Buenete. He shins it. Doesn't meet with it at all. So Christensen goes off, and he's been my best player, I think. And on comes Jordan Ayew. Fast as well there, in fairness. Tamare, lovely ball through to Brunette. Oh, he's brought down, but he carries on. Ayew, nearly with his first touch. Nearly scored with his first touch. Somebody's got booked there, not sure who. The corner to Leicester. Number 12. McAteer doesn't get the ball in, gets another chance. Oh no, Winks is going to shoot. Winks is going to shoot. Winks is so fucking over the top. Winks, stop fucking shooting! Winks, if it's a free shag night at the local brothel you couldn't fucking score, so why are you attempting? I'll tell you what, if you're not going anywhere, give us a few minutes at the end of this game. We're doing the post-match. It's going to be lively. It is going to be lively. I promise you that. Another yellow card for Ipswich. First there. Have to get it upfield. Outphase runs forward with it. Oh my God, it's Winks. Please don't shoot. Plays it across to Faz. Plays it out to Fatawu on this side. It's a corner. Davis doing the defensive work. Takes it quick and short. And it wasn't in the. I don't think it was in the little quarter circle there. It's having to be taken again. This time I'm sure it'll be long and into the box. Vestergaard is up. Eight minutes. Oh my God. Don't know what's going on here. That was a save by the goalkeeper, but he didn't have anywhere to go really. He just had to stand there. VAR check. We're giving away a free kick. It's not over yet. Might as well be. Oh no, Fatawu still got it. Chips it across. Gets the corner. Was it a handball? Come on, Samari or Vestergaard. Samari's being pulled all over the place. It's out to Fatawu on this edge. He kicks it into the box. Not got it clear yet. Oh, now it is. The break is on. But no, good defending there. And Leicester come away. Ah, no! There's a goal! John fucking 93 minutes! 93 minutes! 1-1. Ayo! Great move! It is 1-1! And we've still got 4 minutes to go. Jordan Ayew! What a goat! Wow! I have to say, credit there to Samari. (1-2) with Jamie Vardy. Unreal. Oh my God. Right, let me get this up here. Oh, bloody believable.
Go! Back of the net.
Leicester, I mean, we did it against Southampton. Oh, Samari! It's a corner, though. Wow. Which gathers the corner. I think we have got out of jail. If we can hold on, and it is a case of us holding on, if we can hold on here. Have we got out of jail or do we deserve it? You tell me. Minute and a half to go. Can you imagine if we get the winner here? McAteer chips it into the box. It's all the way over to Fatawu on this near side. He chips it in. Oh, Vardy can't quite get on the end of it. It's a goal kick and that's possibly the end. I 1-1. Southampton have got their first win of the season. They've beaten Everton 1-0. Ipswich will have been killing themselves that they've not won this. Oh, beautiful play by Vestergaard. Fatawu now. This will be the last attack. It's got to be played out surely by the referee. Ayew tries to get his second. Again. Twice he hit an Ipswich player. Does this feel like a win, guys? Does this feel like a win? Southampton are off the mark. Fatawu now. The crowd are whistling. Oh. Ayer's denied at the end and it's a free kick. Yes, we've done to Ipswich what they did to us last season. You are quite right. It is 1-0. Get out of jail, not off. I mean, Faze, before the foul occurred, he absolutely shinned it. Possibly going to be a little bit more time to add on because the goal was scored in the 93rd minute, or 94th minute even. Hermanson just rolls it out underneath. Get the ball forward, or are we settling for the draw? We're in 99 minutes now. We have had the goal in the stoppage time, so Fatawu kicks on Davis. No free kick, it's a goal kick. That should be it. And the commentator has just said exactly what I said. Whoa. There it is. It is all over. Full time. Ipswich Town still looking for that first win. Southampton have it. It's going to be Newcastle 1, Arsenal 0, Bournemouth 2, Manchester City 1, Ipswich 1, Leicester City 1, Liverpool 2, Brighton 1, Nottingham Forest 3, West Ham United 0, Southampton 1, Everton 0, and Wolves play Crystal Palace in about 27 minutes. I'm going to go off because I need to point Percy. And if you're listening, Brad, I've no idea what you mean. I have to say. But we're going to be back and we're going to be looking and discussing with the post-match chat. And we will be doing that. If you can catch your breath, we'll do this straight after this match. 1-1. I don't know where to go with it. I really, really don't. But we will be back with the post-match reaction in 2 or 3 minutes. Stay tuned. Welcome back. Right, before we get into the bringing the lads in and getting into the chat, I will just go through the scores today. I'm literally rinsed. I really, really am. My emotions have changed so much. Newcastle United 1, Arsenal 0. That was the early kickoff. Bournemouth 2, Manchester City 1. Well done to Bournemouth. I mean, you've got to say, well, whatever you say about Bournemouth, you've got to say well done. Ipswich 1, Leicester City 1. Liverpool coming back to beat Brighton 2-1. Nottingham Forest 3. West Ham United 0. And Southampton, they are off the mark. They have won against Everton 1-0. Which hasn't done us any harm at all, I don't think. So as we look at the table, this is going to hurt, but I'm going to say it to them. Nottingham Forest are in third place. So everybody there that said, like, we got beaten by Nottingham Forest, they're not very good. They're in fucking third place. They're in the Champions League positions. Fair play to them. Arsenal down to fourth. Like I say, if I could have my time again, I would marry an Arsenal fan because they blow it more than anything, do Arsenal. And the bottom, as we look at it now, Wolves are bottom, but they're about to kick off against Palace. They were 17th. Ipswich are on 5. We're only 5 points ahead of them, a point more than the other day. And we are talking Everton in 16th. Like I say, Leicester in 10th. We could have got the win. We would have gone above West Ham United and Manchester United. But it was not to be because I have got to say, apart from that last 5 minutes, we were totally shite. But as somebody's making a bit of noise there in the background, let me just mute people. Few says, Gus, a jammy point. Yes, it was, John. Wolves, LC should not struggle to score against this side. No, we shouldn't. I'm disappointed we just weren't very good. Weren't at all. What a relief going to bed now. All right, Jeff. He's in the Philippines, by the way, just in case anybody thinks he's been a naughty boy and sent to bed by his wife. Ryan, revenge, mate. Isn't it nice to get a late goal against Ipswich? But no, fair play to Ipswich. You were unlucky. Wolves are bottom. And goodness, my heart rate. Your heart rate, mate. I tell you what, I can say I don't know what to make of it. I'm going to tell you what, I'm going to have 3 people, hopefully, that are going to join me. And hopefully, they can make something of it. Let's do the watch along. Oh, let me bring everybody in. Brad, I don't know where Brad's gone. Tom, hello. And Wayne, hello. I haven't seen... I'll come to you first, Wayne, because I don't know what Brad's doing. I have not seen that much shit on the pitch since I went down to Poole Town Greyhound Stadium, which used to be a football, and in the middle they have got a bit of, well, they have got the grass, and the greyhounds shit on it before they run. We were fucking awful. We got out of jail, didn't we, Wayne?
We certainly did. I mean, the first, it's almost like we started as the home team, and we were playing at the King Power because we were on top for 10 minutes, and then I think Vestergaard made a mistake at the back. Let it switch in, and then they had like 3 chances within a couple of minutes, and that just seemed to sort of change the momentum of the game, where it exposed our weakness, and Ipswich just then went on to dominate.
If we perform like that, we're going down, aren't we? I mean, we'll obviously look in this game in detail tomorrow, on Monday night, I should say. But There was nothing there that made me think we're going to stay up this season.
No, we're playing a dangerous game in some ways because we started off with a little flurry. You know, I kind of looked at it like a boxer, and you're getting a few little punches in, but you're coming against a heavyweight at home. You know, and I know Ipswich being called a heavyweight might be quite dramatic, but they're at home. You know, they've got that energy. They're needing a result, and I think we played entirely into their hands a little bit. I think we lack sharpness. That is the thing. The foundational basics seem to be okay-ish, but enough to keep us in games. But I just hope we don't look back on this game at the end of the season and go, we went down by a point and we dropped 2 points here today.
Or Wayne, would it be the fact that we stay up by a point and this was the point gained?
It could be. I've got to say, is that Brad's picture at the top there? That looks like he's having a shit and he's got a really posh toilet door on that.
I can see shadows. I can see his shoes. I don't know what he's doing there. Oh, there he is. There, he's not having a shit. He's with us. Brad, I was just saying then to the boys while you were possibly having a shit that I haven't seen that much shit on a pitch since I went to watch Poole Greyhounds, and they used to shit on the grass in the middle of their run. It was awful, wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. And, you know, I just said to my dad outside, I said, you know what? You got to feel sorry for Ipswich in a way. You know, that's probably, I think maybe they've had another game like that before where they've been holding on and looking to get a first win and they didn't get it. Right now, I don't give a shit. Literally, I don't, because Chris, I've just in reply to your message that you're not sure what I mean. You know the thing you use to put out your team at the start?
I can't bring that up because I haven't got the graphics.
Because how many people are? Yeah, no worries. I can't. No offense, lads. I kind of forgot that you two were involved. So we couldn't bring it in. But no, I mean, all I'm going to say is, Chris, I'm going to make Kate very happy here with what I'm about to say. Drop Ndidi, start Samari. Because what, for 15 minutes he came on, he did more than Wilfred Ndidi did in 75. Am I not the Messiah, or am I a very naughty boy for saying that? Because I've been going on about Samare's redemption, just like Christensen got one. I'm not saying I can predict scores because I certainly can't do that, but maybe I can see what everybody else can see. Because
I think you've got a point, Brad. You've definitely got a point, mate. I would say Samari came on and looked very decent, really. You know, very much.
He went to the front. He played like a 4-2-4, and
I lost my first half notes then for a minute. Let me just say, Gray, sir, you are a gentleman, and I will put a bit of that to a takeaway because I think I think I need some comfort eating tonight as well. So thank you very much, Gray. He's a great supporter of the channel, great mod, and thank you so much for that. Like I say, I was totally unimpressed. I didn't think we'd get back into it. Jordan Ayew, what a signing, Wayne. I said at the start of the season, you know, he is our ghost. What, Brad? What's everybody saying? I just said he could be asked in the summer, and I'm just being proved right.
Yeah, mister. Oh, we've signed another AP. We're filling up the Leicester care home.
All right, I will admit that. But look, I mean, shouldn't we have got to the position where we were scoring again in the 94th bloody minute, Wayne?
No, and to be honest, without the sending off, would we have actually got back in the game? I don't think so. I think Ipswich shot themselves in the foot there. I've got to be honest with you. When Ndidi, I know Kate goes on about Ndidi, and he just struggles to progress the ball and hold on to the ball. And in fact, for their goal, he allowed Morsey to pick up the ball, set himself, and cross the ball to the back post for the Ipswich goal. And indeed, he was like waltzing around like he was on holiday in Jamaica. And to be honest, it's not good enough, to not close somebody down. And Morsey, once they got back in the game, I kept screaming at the television, for God's sake, close that guy down.
I know. I mean, I feel bad because I put him in my team, Tom, at the expense of Skip. God knows what Kate's going to say about him when she comes on. Who knows? That could be interesting. But I mean, I don't know whether any of you guys were following me on the watch along. I was losing it in that second half, and I did actually say, what the bloody hell is Indeed still doing on the pitch, or even worse, possibly, I think I might have said. And I can't see how he justifies his place. In fact, I got to say, on that starting lineup, I was disappointed with so many players.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, I've got you, mate. It's cool. No, it's interesting because I think we've now probably got an angle to go. We probably need to start with Winks and Skip and give those two boys a go. Bear in mind their history as well. I like Wilf. I do. I've got a lot of time for him. I think there was a time 4 or 5 years ago where he was probably one of the best ball-winning midfielders in the Premier League. But time gets every man at the end, and he now looks like he's not even really in the top 10% of that anymore. I think last season we had a bit of redemption from him by replacing him and putting him into a different position in the side and just trying to utilise that a bit better. I think it benefited him well and gave him a new lease of life a little bit. But realistically, at the back, he's lost the whole basics of what he was good at in the first place, which was winning the ball and also being able to distribute it in a way which wasn't going to cause us a lot of problems. And like you say, and very well said by Wayne there, like leaving Morsley and also leaving Leif Davis with a left foot that he's got, to be able to, I mean, I know it's a worldy goal, but I'm not being funny here. He is known for his left foot. He is very well known for his left foot. So don't give him the opportunity to get any contact on that. And yeah, it was a big part of it. So yeah, I agree with that. I think it needs to be Skip and it needs to be Winks next time out.
John says here, you're so full of it, Chris. I am. Only good thing is he got 3 points in the prediction league. Yeah, well, you got more than that's probably more than I've got in all the games, to be honest with you. I mean, at one point, let's not forget with NDD, Man United was supposed to be sniffing around. But we did it again. You did. Rabbit Man, welcome along. He's an Ipswich Town fan. I got to ask you, Rabbit, give me your thoughts on the game generally. Because, we did to you what you did to us last season. You threw it away. You could argue that Phillips did that, but he had a red card as well last week. Is that a problem for you? Where do you go from here? Southampton have got their first win today. Yes, they're still beneath you, but that's going to give them some confidence, albeit against an Everton side. And I am going to say, probably performance of the day, the Bournemouth 2-1 over Man City. Well done to them. I will thank you very much, Gray. Thank you. Because of that, we come out of relegation race once again. 5 points ahead of the relegation zone now. But what I want to show this comment to you, and I think I know where you're going to go with this, Brad. Cooper out, no clues, no tactics, no fight. Dressing gown man, are you still with me?
Yeah, just give me a minute because
I just love the Hugh Heflin look you got going, mate. Honestly, the most casual.
Let me just.
Yeah.
There we go. You ready for this? Round one, Tom. Okay. Cooper out. Okay. I get the frustrations. So I'll give you that one. I get the frustrations of not beating Ipswich, today and playing very poor and getting away with it, right? No clue and no tactics, no fight. What was that last minute equaliser then? That's fight. That's determination. Why is Samare bothering to bully 2 players off the ball to set up the goal in the first place? That's fight. No clue. I don't know if you noticed, Tom. We actually did a very rare thing for Leicester in the past 4 or 5 years. We went 2 strikers up front. We flooded the midfield. We flooded the wing. We gave Fatahwood the space, which actually where he was the most creative in the last 8 minutes of stoppage time. It's the most creative he was all game because he actually had the freedom to do it. We did it against Southampton. So he changed the tactics. He had a clue what to do and what players to put on, and the players showed the fight on the pitch. The game finished 1-1, Tom, but I think in that battle, I've won that 1-3-1. Maybe even clean sweeps it with Cooper because I'll only give you that for frustration. Next.
looking at that, don't sit on the fence, Brad.
No, I'll come down from the fence for you, mate.
I
Don't
think
you
he's
worry.
pretty right.
He may have the Hugh Hefner look, but I don't know if he's got all the Hugh Hefner bunny girls around him. That's the question. I'm sure Jess won't be happy if he has. But Wayne, let's go right back to the beginning. I'm not sure who it was. 40 seconds in, we nearly gifted them a goal. A back pass that went completely past Madsen Manson.
I missed that, Chris. My stream wasn't working. I had to reboot the television, so I don't know whether Tom or Brad can.
Let me move with that. I'll come back to you then. I'll move that over to ask Tom that. Did you see it, Tom?
Can you repeat the question? I was currently spilling my drink on the counter, mate. So I was a bit distracted.
I
was a bit distracted.
I said to Brad last night, he was going on about something, and I went, I'm sorry, Brad, I just wasn't listening to you. What did you say? 40 seconds in, and we nearly gave them a own goal, didn't we?
Oh, yeah, no, we did. Yeah, we did. Yeah. That was, I mean, it's amusing because there was a few times in the game we could have done that, and I felt it was something quite karmic for Ipswich, who have thrown away a lot of points doing the same this season. So but it didn't really worry me because I think that it's a part of it. I mean, if you're 2-0 down as a consequence, it becomes a big sticking point, right? Going back to what Brad was saying, and I think he's nailed it pretty well, is that there was tactics, there was fight, and there was a clue. It might not be to the full degree we wish, but that was there as a basic. I think it's a bit dramatic to go beyond that, really. I think it's it's frustrating, the little mistakes, but it's more frustrating the 30 plus minutes that followed after the first 15, where Ipswich really got on top of us. That's more frustrating for me.
Wayne Rabbitman says here, and he is an Ipswich fan. Every time I see that name, I can't not see in my head Rampant Rabbit, the vibrator. I am worried about Brad with his premature load again, but cannot wait to lead this league, Chris, way out of our depth. I don't think there were. I mean, apart from Brad's gone. Apart from that, the first 10 minutes we were all over them, but they were the better team for the majority of that game, weren't they?
There were, and I think like the few mistakes we had at the back in around 9, 10, 11 minutes sort of allowed them to get a foothold in the game. I think McKenna, you think, well, they're starting at home, they're going to come out and smash us, and we're going to have to backs to the wall for 10, 15 minutes and then get in the game. It was the complete opposite. And, I do think McKenna is a really strong tactician, a good in-game manager. They grew into the game. I mean, the midfield just got complete control of the game. Yeah. And that's when you think, well, yeah, it's okay. Indeed, his stats saying he's one of the best in the league for breaking up sort of moves forward and interrupting the opposition's play, but he could not. I mean, sometimes the game is about the midfield battle, and we lost it big time. And Morsey, he got so much space in the middle. He ran around, turned around this way, turned around that way. He was just given too much time, and he pulled the strings and got everything going for him. Yeah.
Yeah. Tom, I think, I don't know whether Brad's had problems that we've seen all day. I thought, look, Vestergaard came back in. I thought he had a very good game and was actually one of the better players.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think he came in and he marshalled things really nicely, actually. What was interesting about the dynamic, I felt, was that Fies was almost taking a step back in order for Vestergaard to take the lead as the guy organising the show, which I found quite interesting for a guy that's not been in the team for a few weeks. But I liked that. That's a portion of the game I liked. I liked the element of how everyone seemed to know what they were doing. They seemed relatively well orchestrated. I'm trying to be more positive here because I think, we can get lost, like you say, in the negativity of dropping a couple of points to Ipswich here. But I think, Vestergaard came in and did well, I think, overall. I like his presence. I think his presence and his words and his advice, I think it probably it helped the back four quite substantially today, I think.
Yeah. Okay, just Brad's having internet problems. Don't know whether he's going to be able to come back or not. look, first 10, 12 minutes, like I say, Wayne, we were all over them. Why can't we capitalise when we are on top?
I agree what Tom said about the positives for Leicester. I think Vestergaard, he is slow, but you can see him wanting to punch the ball straight through the lines and to try and drawing Ipswich onto us to be able to do that. But I do think when Ipswich started going forward, they were, and same with Forest actually, they were able to intelligently pick the way through, had energetic runners. And I think we just lacked that connectivity, and whether that was coming from midfield. I think Mavididi had a poor game. The fact that he got booked, he was throwing his arms around. I don't know whether that's personal frustration. But, I do think we did lack that connectivity through from the middle to the front and to get in the box with genuine goal-scoring opportunities. Buonanotte apart, he was brilliant.
Yeah. Rich, United TV, welcome along, sir. You're playing Chelsea tomorrow. We've got your new manager in, but not in time for us coming in, which is a shame because we don't like you under Ruud van Nistelrooy. You beat us. If you fancy doing a preview next Thursday, Rich, let me know. I'd love to get you on. Brad, welcome back.
Cheers, buddy.
Buenete, we've just talked about him, and I'm just going through my notes here for the game. Played, it was about 15 minutes into the game. We went past about 5 players. It was a brilliant move. I mean, had he scored, it would have been one of the goals of the season. But he had that. Mavididi was almost level with him, and he was like, he was begging for the ball, and yet he had to have a shot. Now, okay, if he'd scored, we would have loved him. But it's moments like that you think, God's sake, remember your part. We've discussed this before. Remember your part of the team. And I'm asking, is Buenete trying to do too much in the fact that he doesn't trust the rest of the team? When I was growing up with my lads, we lived in Burnley, so I took him to see Burnley, and they'd actually signed Paul Gascoigne. What a player he was, and to be able to say I watched him, although it was in a Burnley shirt, was unbelievable. But you could tell that his brain was up here, and the rest of the Burnley team's brain was down here, because he would do things and he would play the ball into part and say nobody was running for it. And I'm just wondering if Buenete, being a World Cup winner, having done so well with Brighton last season, does Buenete not trust his teammates?
I don't think it's that, Chris. What I will say, in the midst of all my excitement and gushing over a certain midfielder's performance when he came off the bench, at least he's got the balls and knackers to go forward and actually get in people's faces. Where was Wilfred Ndidi? Where was Winks doing that? And I know Winks is a CDM, but he's not a centre-back. He was more deep than anyone I've ever seen in my life at times. It was a bit worrying. I'll talk about what changes I'd make for the Man U game if we get a chance to later on. But he's got confidence, Chris. He believes in his own ability and back him in. Yeah, he could have laid it off, and who knows, that might have been a goal and it could have been a different game. He also could have ripped the net open with the shot. I actually admire the confidence. Sometimes you got to go, you know what, fair play. It was a decent effort. He made a good save. I would say this much. I'd rather him take a shot and not pass it than fucking Harry Winks. If he ever shoots again, he needs shooting himself. Because that ball just landed in the King Power. And in case you're mistaken, we played away from home.
I think what I said was that if it was a free night at the local whorehouse, that he still wouldn't be able to score. But I do take on what you're saying there. Wayne, Buenete got a yellow card. There was a foul. He kicked the ball upfield into
He scored.
The net. He scored, yeah.
He scored.
Obviously, it was the whistle had gone, so it was time wasting. Got a yellow card, and then he's having to watch himself for the rest of the game. My worry with Brunetta is, as I've just said, he doesn't see that final pass that might just put another player in to get a goal because he wants all the glory. Is he just not, and this is why maybe Brighton have let him go, is he just not the finished article yet?
I think you're spot on, Chris. Yeah, I think he's not quite there yet. He's got loads of raw talent. I think when he's in midfield and breaking and coming away with the ball, he rides tackles so well. He drives the ball forward right through the heart of the midfield into defensive areas. And he does lay some good balls off for Vardy, actually, just right for Vardy in front of him, where Vardy could go left or right. I just think when he gets in and around the box, he just wants to shoot, which fair play, he's got a good shot on him. And I think hopefully that will develop. But I think his endeavour, he has got intelligence, he is tenacious, and he's hard to get. Sometimes the opposition cannot get the ball off him. So I think he's got so many positives that, the one or two things he needs to work on, I think that's more than okay, to be honest. I love him. Love him.
Yeah. Richard saying there, the Brighton lads are greedy. Look, I'm playing devil's advocate, as you know. What I say isn't necessarily, what I'm thinking. Rabbit Man says Burnley last season got relegated trying to play out from the back. Chris, don't change the style. McKenna going the same way. I don't think we're playing out the back. I think, there's a lot more attacking, because I think if we were playing out the back, we'd be where Southampton are now. Tom, after about 20 minutes, Ipswich had 28% possession. Leicester had 72%. And I'm going back to my earlier question. Why aren't we doing something when we've got all that possession? Do we need two up front? Somebody said earlier about, when we won things, we had two up front. And I know that's not fashionable, but we have all that possession and we did sweet FA with it.
Yeah, I suggested at the start of the season that perhaps with the players we had at our disposal, we'd be better off as a 4-4-2 counter-attacking team, particularly because with Vardy and Daka as your main striker, you've got someone who can break through, a defence that's quite high line. So, I'm quite surprised we haven't explored that option. It was nice to see two up top at the end today. And going back to what you were saying about the possession, it's obviously a part of what we're going to be trying to do under Cooper. It's going to be a case of it's very similar to Rodgers, ironically, except probably slightly, I guess, cheaper and less Gucci, as Rodgers would have it. But it's very much a case of there's times we are going to retain possession and there's times we're going to try and push forward and score a goal. I think they got their pacing of that wrong today. I think when Ipswich started to really push into the game about 20 minutes, giving them 5 minutes where they got their crowd behind them, that's when you need to turn that possession into chances. And the difference was at the end of the match, which got us the equaliser, was the fact we were playing through the lines quicker. And through the entire game, I was thinking we're doing a very good job at holding the ball and passing the ball, showing individual quality with Bunotte or whoever, but we're not getting through the lines quick enough to bring in Vardy or Mavididi or Fatawa in a way which is going to be more effective. So that'd be my only complaint, Chris, and I'd agree with you there. I think we need to be more effective at how we're utilising our timing games more than how much possession we got.
Brad, and I've got written down here at 42 minutes, Ipswich looked the most likely, and I think they did at half time. They looked the team on top. Yeah,
they did, and it goes back to pretty much what you and Tom have just said. We dominated the first 15 minutes, didn't see an end result from it, and that always can change a game in football. If we go 1-0 up, like the Ipswich fans said to you in the pre-match, a goal could make that place very toxic. Because I've got to give it to the Ipswich fans as well. The design of the stadium probably helps that when they're closest to the action. They were great. I mean, I've never heard what I don't know how much Portman Road holds. 20-odd thousand.
26,000.
26,000. So 20-odd thousand. Ipswich fans all shouting like "man on" and behind and go on, get forward, left. They were like there was like 20,000 managers telling them where to pass the ball to and everything today.
I just want to interrupt you because I just want to bring this in. because it looks like Steve Cooper has been sacked.
What?
I know. I'm just looking here at the BBC, and it's got Leicester City manager Alan Tate. I'm joking. I think he's the number 2 that was on the touchline. Sorry, I could not resist it. I know.
You almost had me.
No, not almost.
You had me.
Yeah, you jumped in the net, mate. Even I was like, hold on a minute.
I was like, who's punched 2 backstage? It's a Martin Allen situation.
Yes.
Disgusting.
I must admit, it did when I first saw it. I thought, what? But then it dawned on me. But yes, so Wayne Phillips got booked in the 45th minute. Lucky not to be a red, really.
Yeah, that was. You could see that being given a red before. Yeah, it was lucky to stay on the first time, but definitely the second time it was, and that changed the game for us, really. Yeah. Thank God.
It did.
Thank God he was a bit rash.
Yes. Same. We'll come on to the red card later, but it was exactly the same thing, of course. We said at half time, Brad, Vardy had not had much influence on the game. Is this Vardy's fault, or is this just the fact that we're not getting the ball through to him enough?
We're just not getting the ball through to him enough. Because I genuinely think, Chris, and again, not to sound like I've got a love affair going on here, but when they made the changes, when we went to up front, when we had a midfielder with a bit of flair and panache about him to support Buonanotte, Vardy probably touched the ball more in them final 10 plus, 18 minutes if you include injury time, than he did the whole fucking game. It was ridiculous. I think we're still under this impression that as long as you rest Vardy every so often, he can still run around like he's 30. He can't. He needs support, and he needs more support than he's been getting this season. He's talking about a guy who's our top goal scorer, I think, with 5 goals this season. So we're not fearing what he does in front of goal. We know he could do that. But that goal typifies how you get the best out of this squad. It's got to go to up front. And like I said, if we get a chance to do it, I'll tell you how I'd change things for us to be able to play that style and still get the support to them.
Ray says there, Vardy almost had 3 assists, 1 to Mavadidi and 2 to Ayew. Like I say, I almost went out with Claudia Schiffer, but I didn't. But you know, such is life. When you're not talking about your favourite midfielder, Sumari, are you by any chance, Brad?
Tom fell off his chair. Tom fell off his goal.
That's hot stuff, guys. I can't deal with it. That's way too hot.
I think Tom had a premature load and he's still cleaning it up. You have to go back and watch the prediction show if anybody's wondering what we're talking about. Brad, let's go into the second half. My first notes I've got down here: giving away the ball too easily. Ipswich seemed to win every loose ball. Ipswich passed to each other. We seem to pass to them.
Yeah, and this is a big frustration that I've had with our midfield today, because Ipswich didn't exactly overload the midfield. It weren't like it was 5 versus 3 and they're getting that done. They were being so obvious and weak. The amount of times they did a little spin and turn and beat Winks, and a naive and rash Buonanotte at times got caught trying to go too hard and fast into the ball, and they just span him as well. It just felt like the players were a little bit timid. And I said at half time, Chris, we looked nervous. We looked a bit scared of what Ipswich could do to us if we didn't get the advantage and go in front. And that did not change. Well, it didn't change until the red card, which I think the second yellow was probably, it felt like the referee was going, yeah, you probably should have been off about half hour ago, mate. So there you go, off you go, sort of thing. But
I actually
was poor.
Right, I think I was a bit awful, and I have to apologise because I did say that if the linesman and referee were in wheelchairs, they could probably keep up with the game better. I'm not blaming the referee, but Aldo, they were pretty crap today, weren't they?
Is that me, Chris?
Yes, sorry, Wayne. Yeah.
Yeah, there were. With all officiating, there were, but I just think, in 90 minutes to allow Ipswich that amount of possession, of control of the game, I do think Winks had a really poor game today. Not just his shooting, and I was, at half time, I was thinking, please don't wait so long, make some subs at half time, because it didn't change anything till 70 minutes, and I think if it wasn't for the sending off, would the game's dynamic change? I don't think it probably would.
Indeed. Look, Tom, 54 minutes, the inevitable happened. We'd been on top for most of the game, didn't take advantage. Ipswich were always going to go ahead. What a goal, though. I've got to say, I honestly do believe that Ward would have saved it. But
Iverson would have saved it.
Rob Douglas would have saved it.
Is wrong.
There you go.
Rob Douglas would have saved it. He couldn't have gone any worse about saying Kevin Pressman would have saved it.
Oh, mate, literally, you up me with the Kevin Pressman there. Chris, question.
Kevin Pressman, the guy who got lobbed by Preston.
but I've got to say that I was joking, but what a goal. I don't even think it touched the ground, did it?
No, it was a superb finish, and it was well deserved. And I think I feel a little bit of guilt as a Leicester fan on behalf of Ipswich, because once again, I feel they've been given a short straw today a little bit. And they're quite likeable as a football club. Like Brad was saying, they had a great home noise. It was a great finish, but the guy's capable of it. He is a very talented left back. I think he's a bigger player than Ipswich Town. He just hasn't really been noticed. So it surprised me how we weren't more aware of what he was capable of doing, because his overlaps have been what he's done for his entire career there, and he's caused problems and scored goals, so I was very surprised at how we let him get away with that one, really, because we should know the quality of the player we're facing, right?
He's an international.
Yeah,
that's the thing,
He's a good player. Very good player.
He's a left back. Remember, what a shot, Brad.
Yeah, it was. It was a great finish. My only concern is, like Tom mentioned at the start, he's known for that. So why wasn't he picked up? Because he had the whole of the stadium, of Portman Road to volley that in the net. It's a sweet finish. It reminded me of Luke Thomas.
Where was we very quick to criticise Justin when he's on that side. Where the hell was Ricardo?
To be fair to Ricardo, he was getting asked to get pushed in midfield, almost like he used to under Maresca. Even the commentators on my stream, Chris, they picked up on it. He was asked to get pushed into the middle of the park.
Yeah,
so in reality, and I hate to say it because a lot of people prefer him over Okoli at the moment, that was Wout Faze's responsibility. He's on his side, and it'd be the same if it was Vestergaard if it happened at the near post, but it didn't for your love child, Chris. It didn't. It's his responsibility to take care of that position while Ricardo's pushing into the middle. So Wout Faze again, second running cost us a goal.
Another yellow card, Wayne, for Fatawu after 58 minutes for dissent. I have to say, I don't know how he didn't get that decision. And I've put here Tim Robinson's shit decision. Yeah, I mean, again, Cooper's got to have a word. When we've got two yellow cards there for things that aren't forgivable. Or am I being over the top and say, well, look, players should be allowed. Is it dissent just saying, I think you're wrong, that was my bloody ball or whatever? Surely they're allowed to get a bit passionate and say that.
Of course they are. And the context is what kind. If it was Vinnie Jones, it'd be different, wouldn't it? If it's someone like Fatui, who's got a baby smile, you know, you could bring him home, meet your mum. He's got no axe to grind on anybody, and I think when it comes to things like that, he's not nasty. So yeah, so that is OTT. Yeah. And when you think that all he's got to do is one rash challenge and he could be off, then that is significant.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And when you got a referee that is dishing out cards, I mean,
like Christmas.
Yeah, I think I'm sure there's more cards than it's showing here. But obviously 3 yellows and a red for them. 2 yellows. I thought it was more. Oh no, they got 4. The 2 of their subs got yellow cards as well. Tom,
in fact, one of their players got a yellow card for taking too long to get off the pitch.
Yes, but again, if I was McKenna, I'd be going mad because they know the rules. And all right,
that's the thing as well.
He may be playing it a little bit. Obviously, you know, he wants to use up a bit of time. But it's not. It's going to get added on at the end. 8 minutes as it happened. But again, it was you know, that might cost them if he gets, you know, when he totals up those yellow cards. I got here, Tom, just after that Fatru descent. Indeed, he loses it. Good move, absolutely brilliant move went through. He had it. He loses it. Get him off the pitch now. You know what? You know, he's laughing. He agrees. But I know what Brad said. But you know, why is he on that pitch?
I was going to say the joke there. I was going to jump in with was, you know, why was he on the pitch anyway? You know, before you even went down this whole routine about Ndidi again. But the thing is, we know how good he can be. Is it a Ricardo situation? That is the question I would ask right now, because Ricky obviously had the big injury with the Achilles. Post that, he's obviously lost a yard of pace, which can make all the difference when you're an elite footballer. For whatever reason, Wilf's looking in a similar boat. I don't know if it's the injuries he's had, but for whatever reason, he is not at the same level he was. And consequently, we've got to be a little bit careful, because when you're lining up the way we're choosing to under Cooper, which is a way which is going to be a bit pragmatic, I'm going to say is the word. It's almost like we're going to defend a lot. We're going to attack at certain points. You need people who are going to be reliable in these positions to make it work, because otherwise you get caught out like we did today.
Yeah. Brad, we had at 63 minutes a brilliant move when Ete to Vardy to Winks. Again, Winks, look, we like it when he scores from the halfway line or however far he's out. But again, does it not need to be reined in a little bit?
Yeah, there's a difference between Fatawu and Buonette shooting and someone like Winks or Vestergaard having to go from the edge of the area, because when Buonette or Fatu has a shot and you see it curling towards the goal, as an opposition fan, you put your head in your hands, you know, because you think, oh, it's going to hit the back of the net. When the likes of Winks and that are having shots from the edge of the box, you put your hands in front of your face to stop the ball hitting you in Rosehead. He should not be shooting, and it frustrates me more, Chris, because out of all our midfielders, all right, Wilf aside, in the attacking sense with Kanoos, Buonanotte, and himself when he likes to get forward, he's the one that should have more common sense and care of the ball. You know, that's something that you know, that he only seems to have when he's got nobody around him and as an opposition shirt, because when the pressure's around him, it's like his football brain just goes power down, because he wasted 2 golden opportunities, not by his shooting, by not passing the ball, by not just laying it off and you know, recycling it, because the one thing that was so staggering today was our inability to keep hold of the ball and retain in possession. And
yeah,
you know, that really is a concern when your established midfielder is leading by example by going boof, and the Tigers fans are cheering because he's just given them 3 points for a conversion.
Yes. Like you said before, Ipswich pass to each other and shoot. And I'm not just sure. I mean, I know you're not a lover of stats, but let me just have a look, because at the end of the day, it was Wayne 42.5% to Ipswich, 57.5% possession to Leicester, 14 shots from them, 20 from us. But again, how many of those 20 came in the last 20 odd minutes? Because at one point, we'd hardly had any shots.
No, we didn't. I mean, the stats for possession at 15 minutes were 76% Leicester. Then half time, it was virtually 50-50. They were shading it, and then the sending off sort of gave us the ball back, and we pushed further forward. And that flattered us really. And same as Brad said, we just couldn't keep hold of the ball to then use it in a quality way. And Ipswich were doing that pre-sending off, and also Forest in the last game, in the last Premier game, they did that better than we did. So yeah, I think the stats deceived us a little bit, really.
But 6 of those shots were on target. Ipswich, in fairness, only had 2. But Tom, total touches in the box, and look, if you're going to get, you're lucky if you get a shot from outside the box that goes in, or it's a worldie like Ipswich's was. Most of your goals come from inside the box.
Yeah.
Now this is interesting because Ipswich had 26 shots. Oh, sorry, it's 26 touches in the opposition box. Leicester had 40.
Wow, that surprises me actually, because the thing that's interesting about it is that it's about how effective these shots are. The stats are all well and good, but do I remember Leicester having that many shots on target? Probably not. No. Because I don't think some of them are really worth bothering with. It's my biggest bugbear about the Cooper system, and you've kind of led me into this one a little bit here. My biggest bugbear about it is that we don't seem to be quick enough when we're attacking in order to be able to break the lines anymore. There seems to be this thing where we will take an extra touch and hold the ball up, allowing the midfield to get back from the opposition, which then makes it harder for us. We'll have touches in the box, of course we will, but are they effective touches? And this is the problem. I think the goal at the end shows you exactly how you should be doing it for 90 minutes if you're going to be doing it. I don't mind them giving the ball away. What I mind is them messing around with it for like 5 minutes, then giving it away and conceding the goal. I prefer you to have it go, and then we can deal with whatever else happens afterwards. But yeah, so that's my disappointment with that, Chris.
I'm going to stick with you because my next point I want to give it to Brad, and he'll know why in a second. But 4 goalkeeper saves, Tom, for Murich.
Yeah.
Only 1 for Mads. He didn't have an awful lot to do, but when he did, he was on the ball, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's right. I think in some ways he gets a bit of bad press, Muric, because he's always been in a relegation team, which means you're always going to have more exposure as a goalkeeper. To get noticed in those realms as a good goalkeeper is so much more difficult than playing for Man City or Liverpool. But I think he had a good game. I think we didn't test him enough, though. Irrelevant of the numbers, we didn't test him enough in ways which were actually going to cause him a problem. I mean, there was one save he made, which was meant to be a top save. It was a parry, I believe, from a shot we had, and actually, you could have caught it. I don't think it was actually anything to be writing home about. So I don't think we did enough to really put enough pressure on him today.
They didn't do. They did even less to put the pressure on us.
Well, they did, but the thing they did well, which we didn't, was when they had those opportunities in the transition where they were playing positively. Look at Hutchinson, for example, who did this quite a lot. They were willing to go and burst into the box, and they were willing to be able to make the play quicker and more effectively and be a bit more one-touch than what we were willing to be until the 90th minute where we got the equaliser. So, yeah, I think, Ipswich in some ways, they showed us our own version of our own game. Don't get me wrong, we're doing better at it over the course of the season so far, but they showed signs of being very good at holding the ball as well.
I want to come to you on this one, Brad, because I know, I don't want your load to be premature for any longer. But I want to look at the subs. 70 minutes. Mavrodidi off, McAteer on, Ndidi off, and a certain Soumare on. And I know you liked him when he came on against Man United, And I have to say, even I praised him in the goal, because let's jump to the goal now, because we're going to talk the we'll talk about the goal as well. He was tenacious in that tackle. He wasn't giving up. He wasn't going to let that ball go out. He, like you said, he probably showed more fight in those 28 minutes that he was on than players that had been on for 90 minutes.
Yeah, it did. It's something that I think needs to be changed in that midfield, because apart from Bornette, Winks and I don't want to say the word to get it wrong, but Winks indeed is a wimp. An absolute wimp. He backs off, he stands up, he dangles a leg in the air. He did that earlier and it was so lazy. It was so I can't be bothered to close him down. So I'm just going to put a leg in the air hoping he hits it this way. They don't put the effort in. Samari was brought originally because he was not the tallest of fellas, but he was a big fella. He broad shoulders, his muscles, he can bully people off the ball. And the second that happened, Chris, and you could say 10 men against 10 men or not, it didn't matter. I think he genuinely changed the game, because he just bullied himself. He hustled and bustled. He was winning balls before the goal to create chances for us. And that's what we missed. And that is what we missed against Forest as well. Now, I'm not saying that this should be the season of redemption arcs, but I'm just going to make a point. 3 players that have really impressed us at points this season, and one more last season for you, Chris, your love child. So don't worry, he's getting a mention. Christensen comes out the cold, done reasonably well when he's played. Vestergaard last season had his redemption arc, and it's continued now into the Premier League. And now Samari puts on practically a half-hour performance like that. I don't know. Maybe it's Daka's turn against Man U. Maybe redemption arc number 4. Why not keep it going? Let's get them all back. All the players we've all shat on. Re-sign Amarte. Bring him back in. Why not? Just redemption arc FC, because it's another player that people, for whatever reason, have never really taken to. And we've always said, Chris, haven't we? Don't judge them on 10 minutes every 6 weeks. Judge them on consistent performances. Nearly scored a screamer against Man U in the cup, and if it wasn't for him, we don't score today. I'm sorry, but he
was starting for Sevilla last year. He was starting pretty much every game for Sevilla last year. There must be something there. It's just something we haven't managed to connect well with management.
And I tell you what, there might be one player, Chris, and it sounds silly to say it, but there might be one player that's a little bit gutted. I'm sure he's not, because he's doing well, ironically, at Sevilla now. I think he scored last night for them. But there might just have been one player that sat there going, shit, if I'd have not, lost my arse and head last year in the Championship, I might have got a 3-year extension at Leicester and be doing what they're doing right now and helping them, be a part of it. Nacho Man could have been hit. We had, the season of redemptions and returns to the team. He's missed out by going to Sevilla.
I would have Iheanacho, and I know he's your love child, but I would have Iheanacho over Edouard or Dakota Reed every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Yeah, I do have to say, though, that today Stoke City beat Derby County 2-1. Who got a penalty in the 9th minute for Stoke City?
Tom
Cannon, yes. Why the hell have we let him go out, and we've got the shit like Edouard and Dakota Reed in the team? Look, there's no guarantee that, and I've said this about George Hurst, Wayne, there's no guarantee that if a player goes out, plays at a different level, he eventually finds a club that fits him. Hurst didn't find it, took a couple of teams to find it. There's no guarantee that Cannon would be doing it for us. But he's that young, hungry player, like when Alves came on against Man United. No fear. Surely that is better than having OAPs like Dakota Reed and Edouard on, in the squad.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, really, the purchases we made in the summer, how they would fit in, how they would get used in the squad. Dakota Reed, not really featured. But Jordan Ayew, I know a lot of people criticise him, but I think his work rate is phenomenal. He tries to keep hold of the ball. I mean, he's cute in the box as well. His finishing is, I mean, that finish today was superb. That 1-2 with Vardy. And with regards to Cannon, it's like Vestergaard in, out, Faz in, out. You know, a new manager comes along and you just might get, you know, Leicester fans clambering to get him back in January.
Yeah.
As Buonanotte might head out in January. But yeah, I just think they've got to go somewhere else sometimes to get the game time.
Yeah.
And like with Samari, like Brad said, sometimes it takes a little ignition and you just get a goal in a 1-2 and you think, well, actually, I'm not too bad at this game, actually. And a positive vibe goes with you. You change your mental approach and then you have a good season. So hopefully Samari and Cannon, you know, we can get those kind of people and McAteer back in the flow as well.
Tom, it could have been bad news, 75 minutes free kick to Ipswich. I think that was that the one where Fatawu pushed him over on the edge of the box?
Right on the outside of the box, he pushed him over, yeah.
How, I mean, A, what the fuck are you doing, Fatawu? And B, how the hell did we keep that out?
Well, I think that's the main problem I think probably Cooper has with Fatawu, and that is that he's still a bit young. He's very eager. I mean, when he's on the pitch, you can see in what he's doing. He is trying to be a positive influence. He's trying to use the skills he's got. And I think that's a really good thing to be applauded. But with youthful exuberance, there comes a need to be able to crack the whip now and again and say, mate, don't go pushing over someone on the edge of the penalty area because you're giving away a chance from a set piece, which really is going to be a goal that's going to be twice as hard for you to score back as a recompense for giving it away. So, I was disappointed with that. I can see actually now in hindsight why Cooper did drop him originally, because I think he is very much a flair player. He's very much a Mahrez. But where we are, what we're trying to achieve here with what Cooper's vision is, does that fit the mold of what we're trying to do, or does he need to have more of a work rate?
Yeah. Brad, I mean, yeah, we're talking about yellow cards earlier. 84th, 87th, 89th minute for Ipswich, 3 yellow cards dished out. And obviously that was after Phillips. I've got written down here, we've talked Harry Winks, but I'm going through my notes for the match. And I've written down Winks not good enough for this league. And we've heard that said before. I've never said that before, but I wasn't impressed with him today.
No, I wasn't. And I do fear what I always thought about Winks, which ironically, and I've said this before and I'll say it again because it's true, when Tottenham fans were begging me, can we swap Madders for Winks? I didn't know that he had psychic abilities and could see the future. I said the only way I would take Winks in this side is if we were a championship side, because that's his level. And not for the first time in these 10 games, Chris, we are sat here going, Winks had a bad game. And he really did. He looked out of his depth. And the only time he looks like a good player that knows what he's doing is when teams are crapping their pants like Southampton and Ipswich did in that last 10 minutes, because they go so deep that he's got 10 yards in front of him to actually look up and make a pass. When he's got that space, Chris, he's the best passer of the ball I've seen in a long time in that midfield. It really is, because let's face it, Madders and Tielemans in their last season, they were dreadful. Passing the ball and finding the teammates, because Maddison just thought he was the only player that played for Leicester sometimes, and Tielemans looked so disinterested we were starting with 10 men. So it wasn't that hard a competition to beat, granted, but when the game's live and kicking and it's 0-0 or the 1-0 up and the opposition looking good, Stevie Wonder could string a better pass. And for me, Chris, I would be dropping him for Manchester United, because we said this a lot last season in the Championship in certain games. If you keep giving the ball away to a team like Ipswich, you might get away with it like we did today. You give the ball away like that against a Manchester United side, no matter what we've laughed and joked about them, gutted we couldn't win today to go above them, that'd be great. But they'll destroy us. And it won't be, oh, well, it was our B team like it was in the cup game. They'll destroy our A team. If we have someone like that, he is a liability this season. But don't worry, I've got the solution. Just saying, I've got the solution.
Kate can't join us, but I have just got her man of the match, and I think it may have upset her as well because I did ask if it was Indeedy.
Oh, Chris, the one time she'd have been happy to hear me say no to Indeedy, and she can't. I never said it, guys. I never said it. If she asked, we never said it.
Yeah, Wayne. Very quickly, the sending off. Lucky to still be on the pitch. I think most of us agree. Second game in 2 weeks that they've lost a player. They need to look at that, don't they?
Yes, they do, but I do like that. I think they've got, like last season in the Championship, came back from drawing to win. They've got a good fighting spirit, Ipswich team, and maybe that sort of is. We used to get plenty of cards back in the day with Morgan and Huth, and I do think that shows a good mentality, as in fighting spirit. Maybe it takes them over the edge, but that could serve them well, and maybe just keep them up this year. So I applaud fighting spirit, really. Yeah. Okay,
so basically you want a five-a-side match at the end, then, do you? Tom, 93rd minute. Ray said earlier we cannot keep leaving it until the last minute, or until the end, I should say. I've actually put on social media, got out of jail, ? And someone has already shot me down, said, you're bloody joking, aren't you? But it was a great goal. A, did we get out of jail? And B, what a move. That was probably our best move of the match.
Yeah, I'm going to say 100% we got out of jail, because ultimately we were 1-0 down in the 90th minute. So irrelevant of how many chances or the possession or the XG you've had in the world, you haven't been able to put the ball in the net. It'll be something different if we could debate a VAR decision. You could debate some of the minor refereeing decisions, like some of the throw-ins he gave on corners, which were the opposite way around entirely, and he ended up booking players like Mavididi for. But outside of that, there was nothing in the game to really be a critical point where you go, well, that screwed us. We made it hard for ourselves. So no, it was 100% get out of jail card for us, in the same way Southampton was in the last 45 minutes. And I think that is where a lot of the anxiety from our fan base comes from, because we're not seeing performances where we're going into games and maybe we'll be hanging on at the end, but we're in front. We seem to be nicking things in order to just gain the odd point here and there to keep us out of trouble. So,
Brad, we're going to come on to man of the match and ratings in a second. I haven't had Alan's through yet, so it might be an internet problem, as you have suffered as well. The point that could keep us up, or 2 points we lost that could send us down?
I think it's more a point that could keep us up. I saw a comment earlier that you put up on the screen. I don't know who it was, but they made a very good point, which is something we were actually talking about the pre-match. I said this is a must not lose game, because we've said this time and time again, and this will be the very familiar pattern to the story. Your draws against your Tottenhams are great. Not losing to teams around you is way more important. And so far, we've beat Southampton, we've drawn with Everton, we've drawn with Ipswich. I would have liked more points, of course. I'd have loved 9 out of 9. I would have. But the fact that we've not lost any points, Chris, take us back 2 seasons ago. Southampton did the double over us. That was 2 games that cost us survival. Right there and then, losing them 2 games, losing to Bournemouth, who were down there at the point at home under Brendan 2.0 at the time. Losing them games is what ultimately got us relegated on the points situation of things. Not losing to Ipswich, not losing to Everton and beating Southampton is going to be what keeps us up this season. And I don't know if you noticed this, Chris, right? I did a bit. I had to get in touch with Rachel Riley. 10 points out of 10 games, Chris. Could end up on 38 points, this season.
Fuck off. He's having a dig at me, if anybody doesn't know. Brad. You're going to suffer for that.
I am. I'm already suffering for it in the predictions league this week, so it's all right.
Oh yeah, well, I'm just actually looking at how many points, Brad, you have got from today's games. There's been 1, 2, 3, 4. Been 7 games today. I think you sat on 1 point, mate.
Yeah, I mean it's 1 point less than you.
Well, that's not the point.
Yes, it's also the same amount of points as Kate, so at least me and Kate are being consistent this week.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Right, Wayne, give me your team performance.
Oh, I'd say 6, probably.
6. Okay. Tom?
I'm going to go with a very harsh 5 because I think ultimately it was Southampton-like for us, but we don't need to be relying on it every week as a way to win and get points in football matches.
Yeah. Brad?
Yeah, we can't afford to keep relying on red cards to wake us up and give us chances to create, because you brought up the stuff earlier, Chris, 16 shots to 20. Well, at the point that they had 16 or 14 shots or whatever it was, we only had 7. So I'm agreeing with Tom. I don't think it's harsh at all. I'm giving us a 5.
You are giving us a 5, right? Let's have a look, because in the chat, Gray has gone 4. So he's less impressed than any of you. I have gone 6, so I'm agreeing with Wayne, and Kate went 6 as well. And I think, had we not had that fight back at the end, I may have been there with Gray and going for 4. Wayne, now, I mean, last week you couldn't make your mind up. You weren't having a Bucks Fizz moment because you couldn't make your mind up. Are you going to be able to pick a man of the match this week?
I knew you could ask me that, Chris, and I've been racking my brains the last 5 minutes. I'm
always going to ask you every week, mate. Just
I know. I think Mads Hermansen had a great game. I think he's a sublime strike apart for their goal. I'd say Buonanotte for his overall through the full 90 minutes. It's difficult for some people, so Buonanotte.
Buonanotte. Tom?
I'm in full agreement with Wayne. I was thinking Buonanotte's the only guy I can give it to because he was the only one in the first half that really kept Ipswich a little bit worried about how things were going. So he was a very important metronome for us.
Brad?
I'm not making it a full house because Buonanotte was winning the right to be man of the match in my eyes until we crapped our pants and we stopped feeding him the ball. We stopped playing to our team. It's amazing what happens when you play to a team's strength. I mean, we become a different animal. But now, don't think it's the substitute you're thinking here. I'm going to give it to a substitute, but it's not the one I've been salivating over. Don't worry.
I'm going to just say that you are not going to give it to a substitute purely because that substitute scored a goal, are you? Because we used to say over the last couple of seasons, Brad, and you know it, how many times Vardy was voted man of the match when BBC used to be able to rate the players, and he used to get it simply because he'd scored the goal. You wouldn't be doing that to us, would you, of course?
No, I wouldn't. I'd be giving it to a substitute that had a goal line clearance stopping him bagging the first goal, scoring the equaliser that saved our blushes, and alongside his other substitute partner in a Samare, completely changed that second half. Because if IU is not on that pitch, linking up front and going up front to be the second striker with Vardy, this game ends 1-0 Ipswich. Oh, yeah. Oh, did I touch a nerve? Did I touch a nerve, Chris?
40 goal, let's make him man of the match. Yeah.
No, he had one cleared off the line. Thank you very much. So he wasn't the exact same as Vardy. He actually created more. So, yeah, thanks very much, Chris. I'll have Jordan Ayew as my man of the match.
And you can have Jordan Ayew as your man of the match. And obviously we love the guy for getting the goal. And he did nearly score with his first touch. And look, I think had he been on the pitch longer and that had fallen to him, he may well have scored it. But, it was his first touch, a little bit rusty. But I'm sorry, I think making the goal scorer man of the match is just a cop-out. Brad. You know it, and I know it.
Jordan, are you? Ole, ole. Jordan, are you?
Anyway,
Who'd have predicted you'd be singing that at the start of the season, Brad?
I know, I never thought I would. I never thought I
Freaking hell.
would.
I don't any of
I'll
us
be
would
honest
be in
with
this
you.
position,
I'll be
mate.
honest with you, when he signed for us and Chris was giving the OAP treatment, I was just like, I'm just going to wind Chris up and defend him here because I kind of think the same.
I have to say, in one of the pre-season friendlies, and it's not saying a lot because every player was shit, but actually one of the pre-season friendlies, he did actually probably get my man of the match because he was the one that was actually putting some effort in. Kate has gone completely different to you lot. And Kate was at the match.
She's gone
I have
Watford
to
indeed,
say, I
hasn't she?
haven't.
She's gone Vestergaard, hasn't she?
Has she?
I don't know.
No, we're all assuming there. We all know the answer, Tom. It's okay, Chris. You can say it. Wilfred and Dee.
Indeed. Yes, indeed, it was indeedy. No, it's not. I will not tell you what she said to me on WhatsApp when I suggested that she was going for indeedy. Just say the second word was off. But she has actually, Tom, gone for Vestergaard.
Yeah, that was my second choice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even though you made a mistake, it was still good enough.
Yeah. He Brad's flashing at us. He's coming, he's going. Brad's having a game of the Okie Kokie on his own. You know?
Really more entertaining.
What worries me at the end of the day, when the world's about to end, if the Okie Kokie is what it's all about. No, that was wasted on everybody, wasn't it?
It wasn't wasted. It was far too deep.
We painfully, Chris, we all understood it.
It just wasn't funny. Vestergaard is Kate. And Vestergaard was my second choice, to be honest with you, because yes, I could say didn't have to. It just felt confident with him being there, you know. And yes, he was up quite high a bit at the time. We were defending, you know, almost on that halfway line again. But I say when he needed to, he just got his foot in there and just, you know,
reassured us.
Yes, that's the word. Thank you, Brad. But I'm not gone for Vestergaard. You may be surprised to know I've not gone for AU. I've not gone for either.
Boo.
I know I haven't gone for Indeedy. Believe you me, I have not gone for Indeedy. But I have actually gone for a player that I did not even pick for this game.
Christensen.
Yes.
Okay. Bingo, you know what? Bears. Okay. He did well.
I thought he did very well. You know, he's coming.
Protecting our team.
Yeah. He, in my mind, across the back four, he was the one that was getting the tackles in. He was getting upfield. He was throwing himself about. He was getting some good crosses in occasionally. I was just very, very impressed with him. And I think if Justin doesn't start against Man United, I would not be disappointed. I have to say.
That's a fair statement, mate, because Christensen played very well for me, very forward thinking. And at half time, Chris, obviously, because there was only 30 seconds to go when I joined you for the second half, I felt like saying, has Christian pissed on someone's chips or something? Because the amount of times I saw him stood there, free in space, going, can I have the ball, please? And nobody just went with it. I thought it was because he's got pace to play.
What I love about this game, and what I love about doing this show with all four of us, is that you got four of us, 5 with Kate, and we've actually got 4 different men of the match. And it's great the fact that we all, and I've got to say, AU, look, you know, we wouldn't have won without him. Fair enough. Buenete, I do wish he'd learn how to pass the final ball, but yes, he was attacking. You know, I wouldn't say any of those were particularly wrong, even though there's, you know, it's easy just to pick the goal scorer, isn't it? You know, but apart from that, you know, and that's what I love about this game. You know, we can watch it and we can all come up with different options. Wayne and Tom, I'm going to let you go because me and Brad are going to sort of yitter on for probably another hour. Thank you both very much. Details are in the chat. I'm waiting for Tom to if you can at some point just link me in with what you want me to link you to, if you know what I mean. I know you were talking about starting up a new X or a Facebook or something like that. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, I'm still working on it, mate. It's slow progress. It's slow progress.
Yeah. And Wayne, you are your link is in the description below on YouTube as well. So, gentlemen, thank you both very much, and
Cheers,
I will
guys. Have a good weekend. Take care.
see you on Monday.
I'll see you on Monday, everyone. Cheers, Brad. Cheers.
You've got to watch, Man United Chelsea, I believe, for me.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I got you, mate. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah.
Cool. See you
And
later.
Wayne, we'll see you next week. Thanks very much.
Take care,
Take
lads.
care, guys. Bye bye. Right, Brad. I'm not sure. Right, you're going to have to bear with me now because I'm going to do this, but
Why is there a bear with you?
because it's a teddy bear's
When was
picnic.
it was?
Right, let me just try and bring this up. So Leicester. So this is for your team versus Man United, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not, like I say, you are going to have to bear with me because I think what I'm going to have to do, you are still there, so don't panic, Mr. Mannering, don't panic. There you go. We're just going to have to get rid of the graphics. If this is something you would like to do for the rest of the season, please do say, and I can work a graphic out and what have you for it, Brad. But here we go. So you want to pick a team for Manchester United?
Yes, and first of all, I want to change the formation.
Okay, well that is 4-4-2. So I grant you that you would be choosing another formation. I've just got to work out where it's not that one.
Please stand by.
Your call is important to us. No, it's not that one. You know how to do this.
Oh God, you had one job, Chris. Figure out what you're doing.
Excuse me, given about 2 minutes notice. Here we go. There you go. What formation do you want, you awkward bastard?
I want a 3-5-2.
Oh, okay, which is there. Right. Okay, so what we'll do is I'll let you go and pick your players and we'll discuss each one and I will say whether I agree with you or not.
Well, first of all, the obvious one, Danny Ward in goal. No, a Madsen. A Madsen in goal. No, there's obviously a Madsen in goal, you dim. Don't you dare.
No. You want Danny Ward in goal. You have Danny Ward.
No, put a Madsen in, you fool. I'm not that stupid. I mean, I'm stupid, just not that stupid. Now, look, I see this is karma. Because had you not been for Royston City, you know how to remove him now, wouldn't you? Now he's there permanently.
I would. Hang on a second. you might have to actually start with Danny Ward in goal.
Oh, God.
Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing, Brad.
So there's a way you can to re-put him in on the right, that, and then can you not search next to click on that again, click on it again. No, the pen thing in the middle, for God's sake. You see the search thing next to you, next to the start. You've got bench, haven't you? Put him on the bench. Oh, you've ruined it, haven't you?
No, you should have given me more notice.
I did give you more notice by saying obviously not, and you went no. Yeah, they're done. No, you put him. I'm gonna, Chris. There you go. Has that done it? Has that done it?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You happy now?
Yeah. Good.
I tell you what I'm going to actually just do is I'm going to take this flame lash. There we go. Then we can see it. Right. So you're only going to go 3 at the back.
Yes, I am.
Do you think, first of all, before we go any further, do you think this is a formation that it is possible that Cooper could go for?
I think it is. because we just look better. We just look better and more settled when we've got a more reassured back line, and it would allow us to not have our three midfielders dropping back deep as they did do.
Has he played it? I mean, again, like I say, I know I've missed a lot of matches. Has he played this formation this season at all?
Well, technically, we swapped to a three at the back when Ricardo was pushing up into the middle. So that's in transit. That's on the ball, and then it goes to a back line of four when we're defensive. The players I'm going to pick, this is quite rigid. Although you could make the subs to put the wide out of the five back into the, and go to a back five if you wanted to, by taking the wing players off and putting Ricardo and or Justin and that on. That is a bit of a spoiler to where this team's going with how I want us to be.
Well, let's go for the central defender.
Your second choice for man of the match, Chris, Yannick Vestergaard.
Can you believe that we are actually... Oh, there's two of him. Love him that much. We named him twice. Can you believe that we are actually saying this in the Premier League?
I can't believe it, but here we are. We are saying it as it is, Chris.
Yes.
Now, obviously... No, go on. What are you saying?
No. I was going to say, because I was going to then go to left, but if you want to add something else about Vestergaard...
Because what Vestergaard's shown us in the games that he has played this season, Chris, is he gives us what I said, the reason I put Vestergaard back in the team originally, which is he gives the centre-back pairing and the rest of the team that freedom to just push up that line a little bit more, because he sits... I saw it happen, Chris, a bit Enzo style, Maresca style. He dropped back 5 yards to allow Faze to be able to spread the passage of play a bit more. But anyway, so on my left.
On your left.
On my left.
From the left-hand side.
I'm going to go with Icoli on the left.
Really?
Yes, because this isn't a left back and right back. This is three centre backs. I know the graphic makes it look like it's left and right backs. We're never going to play.
No. I grant that. I grant you that, sir.
And this is what I mean. With
what
my
if I do it like that? Would that be better?
That'd be good.
Yeah, I can't do it until they're in. I put them up. Can I just say, half an hour gone. Wolves 0, Palace 0. Keep it that way. End it now. Stop the game now.
I know, right?
Now that does surprise me.
Well, the only reason being I've done this, Chris, is because if you read the Belgian press, it'd be very cross if I put the other man on the left-hand side, because he doesn't like playing on the left.
If you're going the way I think you're going, I don't like him on the left either. And I've said that a lot last season, because he played a few times there, didn't he?
Yes, and that is Wout Faze, which, before people go bonkers at me for it, is I know he must be.
He's having a premature load weight.
He is. It's going to be Wout Faze as the back to complete the back three for me.
I just remembered what you said about Natalie Sawyer earlier on. Carry on.
Yeah. So anyway, Wout Faze completing the back three.
Faze. Okay. So no Cody.
No, funny enough. I mean, people could. I'm going to put this out here now. You could put Ricardo in there because he has played as a back three before, so it was between them two. So either or for me, really. But I was you're either sacrificing wing backs or wingers, and I decided to sacrifice wingers for this formation. I just think, again, it allows the high press. It allows a defensive midfielder to not drop back so much because he's already got bodies behind him. He's got more bodies behind him to support it. And it means that the two midfielders either side of the CDM have a bit more license to throw, which is what I think we need. I'm going I'm going, however, how do you want me to work this? Do you want me to go right to left, or are we going left to
No,
right?
I tell you what we'll start with. We'll start with the man in the middle.
I'm starting with the man in the... Sorry.
You are no Michael Jackson, young man.
I'm not, definitely not. For me, this is a tough one because who do you now play there? And I can't believe I've given a lot of, and it's been more tongue in cheek and a bit like you, just trying to, get fishes in there, because I've always said this about other players' fees, not meaning how good they are. Unless Wilfred Ndidi is going to play there, which I don't really want him to, because I still think Cooper's got it in his head that what Maresca did to him was worth doing. I'm going to put Oliver Skip in there.
Yes, good man.
And I'm going to put Skip in there purely because he goes into tackles, Chris. Something Winks doesn't do. I've got to give it credit where it's due. At least Oliver Skip's willing to go in on a slide and try and,
I think you've been very unfair. There's probably, we agree probably on Edouard, don't we? I think we definitely agree on Edouard, and possibly on Dakova Reed. But Skip, I right from the start, I was pleased with his signing. But there we go. Let me just bring these down a little bit. Then it's easier to see on the screen. But I think you're right. I think Oliver Skip, I've got to say I'm surprised because as a defensive midfielder, he actually does get forward quite a bit.
He does, and he also knows how to track back as well. Now, to give people more of a visual in sense of how this team's going to be, the two players that will be either side of him, Chris, once you put them in, you'll prop them forward a bit, just a little bit ahead of him.
If either those two there,
they're just sort of in between. Yeah, so you can see that they're more the centre midfielders than defensive minded. On the left, Chris, you can play the button if you want. I'm going to go for Samare.
I have to say, I can't argue with you.
Yeah, and he would be on that left-hand side because that's where he shone today. So, a little bit forward. Yeah, that do. That gives it, so people can visually see how it's going.
So it's not actually a 3-1-4-2 then? It's still
it's what I do is I kind of do the Sky thing. Starting formation is a 3-5-2, but it kind of goes to an interchanging 4, almost a 3-3-4, if you will, at some points, because football's a funny old game. On the other side of him, I'm gonna go Buonate. I want
one person that I can't spell.
Boun. I think it's Ette.
It's not, but I'm going to have a look on here. Buon. So
it's
you got one letter. You got one letter right, Brad.
Oh yay, B. So, and again, I'd have him slightly forward.
You may say that I'm not very good at the maths part of countdown. You're not very good at the words.
I know, right? I'll do the numbers, you do the words.
We'd make a team 9 out of 10 cats. We'd be better off on that one.
Now with Leicester showing that, like Tom said, when they push through the lines of a team's attack, when they've got the numbers that flood forward, they're very good. When they've got Mavididi and Fatawu spread out wide and nowhere near anyone else, they were terrible and they're easy to kind of solve and figure out. So I'm actually keeping Fatawu and Mavididi where they are because they've got the pace to break in behind, and it's Mavididi and it's Fatawu. I might as well kill two birds with one stone here. And the reason I'm keeping them close to that midfield, Chris, is they've got the pace to get forward and support Buonate, Samare, and keep them where they are. Keep them in line. The reason I want to keep them in line on that halfway line, Chris, is they've got the pace to get forward, but as we've seen from Fatawu, something we've not seen enough of this season of him is his ability to get back as well. So we can build. We can still come back and break out quicker because we'll then have Fatawu, Mavididi, Skip, and all that closer to each other to build out from the back. So that's why I've gone for a 5. Again, they push up, it becomes a 4 up front and a 2 in midfield sort of job with Buonette taking that number 10 role. But as a flat starting 11, this is how I'd have a set up for when we've not got the ball. So up front, it kind of picks himself. I'd love to continue the redemption arc, and I'd love to say that we're going to go Daka up front, but we're not. We're not stupid here. It's Vardy on the... Well, Ayew was on the left, wasn't he? So I'd put Ayew on the left. Yeah, Ayew on the left.
When he's on the wing, he tends to play on that side of the wing.
Doesn't he? And then Vardy... Yeah, Vardy on that right hand side.
And I'm not moving them back for any tactical reason.
Oh no, you just exactly.
Moving them back to it'll fit on the screen.
Yeah, and the reason I think that works, Chris, is because you can then say Leicester have a lead or a comfortable lead and they're turning up and they don't want to be so bulking at midfield or it's a tough game and we actually need a bit more width and a bit more. A bit more expressed,
Just to say to Wayne, I think he is actually. I put a link on the doodah on tweet and Facebook. I think Buonette is actually in for goal of the month, not the player of the month.
Yeah,
I've got to say, looking at that, if I was to play that formation, I don't think on the performance we've just seen, because maybe we were a bit harsh with the 5s and the 6s and what have you, but we call it as we see it at the time. But when we actually got it right, as in we were able to sort of pick out another white shirt and we were, I actually think we played some decent stuff. Do any of the players that started today deserve dropping? I think the 2 that you picked, yes, as in, or 2 of the 3 that you picked, as in, 2 of the 4 that you picked, really. Ndidi and Winks, they do need dropping, I think. Faze, you've still got him in, so sorry, it's Christensen you've dropped, which I think, for me, Faze...
Well, I mean, but that's Joyce's formation, Chris. If we get ourselves in a good position, or maybe we need to go attacking, you can then take a midfielder off and put Winks on. You can then take Faze off or a Cody off and put a...
last season was bloody good at defending.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I mean. He offers that.
Yeah, he hasn't done it much this season, but who knows? I'm going to say...
Utilize it more, Chris, because he started some attacks from right next to Ricardo in the Championship, didn't he, with link-up play?
Yes, definitely. And I'm going to say here, Brad, looking at that team, look, I would love to see Ayew and Vardy up together. We know that if Ayew starts, he's going to be on the wing, though.
Yeah, sadly, this team is more of a pipe dream, but...
Yes. I would love to see Vardy and Ayew up front because basically they're the two goal scorers. And the funny thing with Ayew, play him on the wing, he doesn't have a good game. Stick him on up front, Tranmere, I can't remember who the other one was, and now Southampton, of course. And stick him up front in the role that he is best for, striker. He scores, So fair play to him. Look, like I say, there was one of the pre-season games where I think I gave him man of the match, or certainly praised him, because he did what Soumare did today, and that was he fought for every ball. Okay, well, let's go through this. Manson, like you say, picks himself. Vestergaard, I think, played himself into this team. Faze, I wouldn't trust with one of my daughters. I would have to have Ricardo in there.
And that's fine. I would understand that, and he can do that. So, and he can drift out into that right back area if you wanted him to. So
I just think Faze would just go missing. To be honest with you, I think he'd be too close to his, Bunwoody Vestergaard, and a Coley. Look, I think Okola is going to be a brilliant player for us given time. But the only thing is that Christensen doesn't like playing that role, does he?
No, and that's why I had to pick a Coley. But that's
Yeah.
what I mean. This team, if you needed to switch it up, you could potentially take a Coley off. You know, put Christensen on, and then you could maybe take Samare, Skip, or Bornetti off, and put Ricardo on the right, and then it becomes a 4-4-2.
I would have liked to have seen Christensen because I think
I feel harsh taking about the team. I'll be honest with you, but it's the only way we get more bodies in the midfield.
But you can't play Christensen in that formation. That's the thing.
No. And that's why I picked a Coley.
And the rest of the team, I'm there. If we're playing that formation, and I'm presuming we're playing that formation, the rest of the team, mate, you've got it spot on. So what I'm going to do, Ray, you're quite right. Cheers, Wayne. All the best, mate. Take care. And Ray, yeah, you're quite right. He's useless on the wing. What I'm going to do, mate, I'm going to save this. So if you just bear with me, shall I pick my team?
Yeah, go for it, mate. See what you'd change.
I'm going to do it slow. I'm just going to wait for this to save. It does take a while, so just bear with me.
All I'm saying is, Chris, save it, keep it, get yours done. Let the public decide on the groups and whatnot. See which they would prefer. Is that way
I am going to say, because you've gone what you really would like.
Yeah, you do, mate. Go what you'd like to see. And again, I feel harsh because I didn't select two players I liked today in my lineup, but that's what I feel we need to be like.
You see, I could very well. Right, I've got to start again now. I think I would very well go.
And welcome to Nip and Stream.
Right, here we go. So, how did I change the formation, mate? Was it that? Yes. I mean, given the choice, 4-4-4-4 bloody 2. But I am going to say I'm going to go because this is I know this is the formation he would pick. Look, so Hermansen in goal, yes, without doubt. Vestergaard, yes, without doubt. Okola, I'm actually going to be a little bit. I'm going to put Cody in for his experience. Now, obviously, when I'm taking these players out, don't panic. I'm not putting Fatawu at left back. It's just the way this team has been changed. You know I'm going to go for Christensen, don't you?
No, and again, I understand that, and I get it. It's
well, I would do if I could spell his name right. Kristi. There you go. I've got to go Ricardo. I don't think he particularly did anything wrong today, did he?
No, I don't think so either.
And I don't want James Justin on the right. Skip, yep. God, who do I want in the middle? Do you know what?
I tell you what, Chris, sorry to interrupt what you're thinking, but I've just seen a post on Twitter of our goal again. Maybe we just remember this, right? Ipswich were on a breakaway when Samare bullied him off the ball to get it back. He was on the halfway line ready to break away, but he got past Samare, he'd have been through on goal. I'm not gushing. I'm just saying, mate. I'm just making.
No, mate. I would love Samare to do well because we are not going to get the money for him that we paid. So if we can keep him and turn him into a decent player, then I'm all for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? Like we said about other players, maybe this doesn't have to be a shop window job. Maybe this can be a player going, you know what? Thanks, Gaffer. Thank you. Now I actually want to stay at Leicester. You've allowed me to feel faith in being at this club, and I don't need to move elsewhere to go and get first team football.
Yeah. It's funny, now I know what I'm doing. Don't know what I did wrong there. I mean, Mavadidi. Right, this is going to surprise you a little bit here. Okay. I'm going to go for it. I'm going to put El Canouse in there. I don't think he did anything wrong against Man United. And as much as I'd love to put, and I'll talk through this in a second, mate, so you know where I'm going with this.
What do you mean Danny Ward up front?
I'm not doing that again. I'm able to get him off screen. Can you see that on the screen? Okay. Can you see all my choice there?
Can you go in 4-2-3-1?
Yeah. So let me just. Thankfully, the viewers has gone down now. I've picked my team. So I've gone Hermanson in goal.
I'm not saying anything, mate, but there you go.
Well, yeah. Hermanson in goal. Ricardo, let's start on the left. Christensen on the left. He was my man of the match. So Cody, I'm going to bring Cody in because Faze didn't particularly do anything wrong, but he did give the ball away a couple of times. But then again, so did most of the players. And I think Cody might just offer that experience against a what should be probably a top 8 team. Vestergaard came in, like you said earlier, gave us the confidence. I don't know how he does it, but he just puts his foot out every now and again and just stops the...
he's a just man, isn't he?
Yes, yeah. Ricardo, like you say, he can go forward if needed. But, I think he's our most experienced right back. I think it's, for me, if we're playing this formation, it's disgusting that he's not getting in. Winks, I can't believe I'm saying this, but he was my signing of the season last year. But yeah, Skip, he has impressed me when he's played. And as much as I would like to see Skip and Winks together, Sumare, he gives us that, we've always said we need a bruiser in the middle of the field.
Yeah, I mean, people aren't getting carried away too much, are they here? What have I just seen a post? Some Leicester fan on Twitter's post the video of our goal, and someone's put, "We finally unlocked Yaya Toure."
But look, yeah, sometimes it's that, it gives him the confidence. But if having got the confidence from doing that today, yeah, you don't then drop him.
No, exactly. You can't drop him after that, Chris. We said it about Fatu against Southampton, turned the game on his head, as merited the starts. Yeah. We said it about Mavadidi early in the season, as merited getting picked, and you've got to say the same to Sumare. He's had a good performance in the cup, a good performance tonight. You've got to start him.
Has Sumare ever had a long run in the team?
No.
Therefore, that's my case. So I think that, like I say, he's a bruiser. I wouldn't want to be running towards and see him stood there trying to stop me getting past him. So yeah, let's give him a chance. Look, Fatua and Mavadidi, they did nothing wrong particularly today, and I think, let's see what they can do. I've gone for El Canouse. If Buenete was to be in, I wouldn't be disappointed. And I know it was Wayne and Tom's man of the match, Buenete. and I know what you said. He does drive forward, and he was probably the only player that was doing that today. But I just wish he'd learn how to pass the ball. Yes, he's showing the fight. Yes, he's going forward. But, and it's a big, big but, why can't he just, if he gave the ball, like say to Mavididi, we could have gone 1-0 up.
Yeah, I think that comes with a bit of naivety and a bit of experience.
It does. And it's maybe just like with Fatawu, just reel him in a little bit and say, you're going to rest out the next game. And El Canoes, I thought, had a good game the other day.
Yeah, he did. I think he played well. I think he would probably be a bit gutted that he didn't come on in the game earlier, because he really, he got outshone, didn't he, by the other two subs, to be fair to him, but he didn't really get a chance to do much. And you've got to remember as well, Chris, as much as we have a love-in with Buonate right now, he's not the £20 million signing. Canoes is.
Oh, he is. No. Yes. Sorry.
Buonate is the lonely. Canoes is our player that's ours. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And look, I've got to be honest with you. I was very, very tempted to put AU up front. However, two things stopped me. One, that I'd probably get my balls chewed off by every Leicester City fan out there if I didn't have Vardy in the starting lineup. And B, I think AU seems to work better coming on.
Well, to be fair, Chris, he's done it in a few games, 2 goals in 3 games. It's not always a bad thing to have an impact sub of that caliber, and even he's, he's the sort of play that is, if he's sat on your bench, he gives you what you want from a player that comes off the bench. Because sometimes you put a player on and they're sulking and they're miserable because they're not starting, so they don't seem to put any effort in to warrant a start. Whereas Ayew doesn't care if he starts, gets 90 minutes or 9 minutes. He works his knackers off for us, and that's something I don't think we'll ever fault him for this season.
No. I have to say, fair play to Jordan. I was a little bit, as you know...
wanting him to move into the care home that working?
But I did like him in that pre-season game. And out of the 3 care home people that we could have employed, or we did sign, he is the one that has proved, he's proven us wrong and being a good signing for us. If we were playing 4-2-3-1, would you change any of my team at all?
I don't think so. You've got the 2 defensive midfield pairing that I'd go with. We dropped the same midfield there. I again, a bit like with FaZe and Ricardo, for me, for you, Canoes or Buonate in that role is either or.
Yeah.
I'm happy with either side. And I think your side's got more chance of actually coming to fruition than mine because of Christensen and having wing backs. But I think both teams, if we saw either lineup for next week, Chris, I don't think anybody would really be that disappointed in the lineup. They look at that and go, you know what, that's what you need against a team like that.
And I can
see it.
I just think at a time we should. I think it's about time we saw Cody and what have you. But anyway, we'll see. We all know Cooper will go for something completely different. Brad, you're a gentleman, sir. Thank you very much for joining us and staying with us. This is a record, I think, 4 hours, 41 minutes.
Oh, we might as well go another 18 minutes and get the full 5 hours in, shouldn't we?
Do you think we should go for the 5 hours? No, we can't. So next week, you are with me on Thursday now.
I'm with you on a Thursday, not with you on a Friday, probably with you on a Saturday, and then we rest on Sunday.
For the doodles. Oh, stay online when we go off, and I want to chat with you about something. So,
oh God, I'm in trouble, guys. If you don't see me again,
he's not in trouble. He's not in trouble at all. I will speak to you in a second, sir. Thank you very much.
No worries. Take care, everybody.
Thank you very much, everybody. Look, we got a point. We got out a again, Ray. Look, if you know, I would love it if we played two up front. All of us would, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. Thank you to everybody that's been in today. If you want to become a member, it's $1.99 there. Thanks to Wayne. Thanks to Tom. Thanks to Brad. Brad's link is in the description below if you want to follow him. And thanks to Gray for modding the chat. But thank you to everybody that was been in. 4 hours 42. It's been a long one. Where have I heard that before? I don't think I have. If you're a member already, thank you very, very much for helping us to support the channel. It's only $1.99 a month. You can't get half a pint for that. And Gray, for the tenner, thank you so really much. I don't know if you've gone. I think you've gone, but I've got your message, and I'll have a chat later. Don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and click that notification bell, and so you'll never miss a show again. Day off tomorrow, back on Monday with the weekend review show, and we'll be concentrating on this game, of course, because it's Leicester, and then the game that Tom's going to be reviewing for us is Man United and Chelsea. So we will see you then. And take care and have a good rest of the weekend. Are you going to watch Match of the Day tonight? Don't know. See you on Monday.
Thanks for watching. These videos are tremendous. You better like them too, or I'll be back.
This podcast is proud to be part of the TalkSport Fan Network. TalkSport. Powered by fans.
That will conclude this evening's entertainment.